A very good evening to everyone online today. Welcome to the second track on day 3 of Confluence Week 2020. This year, at our flagship event, we are moving beyond resilience to focus on anti-fragility. With anti-fragility, not only resist and recover, but get better. This evening, we have lined up prominent leaders and industry stalwarts who will be discussing and sharing their insights on Innovation 3.0. Dear audience, if you have any queries or concerns during your doing, please email us at events@zinnov.com. We will respond as soon as possible. We also have live polls whose links will be shared on the YouTube channel. Please feel free to participate. There's also a social media contest we encourage you to participate in. Please feel free to type in your insights, your comments, and your thoughts on social media with the hashtag Zinnov Confluence, as well as hashtag Define Tomorrow. I would also like to thank our partners without whom this would not have been possible. Let's kickstart the track today by setting the context on how to innovate in India and gather a glimpse of what is in store for us this evening. For this, I would like to invite Divya Jagasia, project lead at Zinnov, to deliver her welcome note. Over to you, Divya.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Adam. I'm really excited to do this welcome note for all of you today. I'd like to start off by asking you all one simple question. Have you ever felt that innovation is something that is complex, abstract, or sometimes even an unreliable effort? The chances are that all of us have at some point. But as we understand more and start to innovate more, we realize that there are a simple set of rules at its core and that we can get better at it. So let's look at an example. Let's all think about the theory of relativity. It might have taken an Einstein and a bunch of other scientists to figure out the rules of relativity. But what we must all remember is that those rules were uncovered, they were demonstrated, and they have been applied across various scenarios. So on that note, let's use our time together today to uncover the rules of innovation and understand how can we demonstrate it in our work. Let me take you through the agenda. We'll be starting off with a point of view from Zinnov, where we share with you some perspectives on the conditions that work well for innovation. Then moving on to an organizational perspective, the session on the subtle art of innovation will tell us a little bit about how we can make innovation into an everyday thing. For many of us who believe in India's ability to innovate, have often called it an iceberg. A lot of the abilities being hidden underwater. So our session on the invisible hand will discuss India's actual contribution to innovation and how it can be taken to the next level. We've all started realizing some benefits of remote work, but how do you really innovate in a remote environment? So our session on democratizing innovation will help us understand how innovation can be achieved in a decentralized environment. To give you inputs about how you can think about your innovation strategy, our next two sessions, that is the N factorial of innovation and innovation flywheel, bring to you perspectives from industry leaders managing internal innovation and startup collaborations respectively. moving on to our last segment, we have two very exciting talks. One is a personal journey of an innovator now turned into an entire innovation ecosystem for doctors. And the other talks about how technology can be integrated into different parts of your business. Before we start off the day, I'd like to give a big shout out to all our partners: Altran, Broadridge, Dell Technologies, Draup, IBM, L&T Technologies, Cisco, Fiserv, Scientific Games, Bristlecone, Mphasis, Tech Mahindra, and NetApp. Without all of you, this would not have been possible. And finally, without any further ado, I'd like to request Atit Danak, Principal of Co-Next Practice at Zinnov, to share his keynote address and give us perspectives on how innovation capabilities can be unlocked within an organization to make it more anti-fragile. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Atit.
Thank you, Divya. A very good evening, all of you. Antifragility is property of a system which allows it to absorb the stress and gain from it. Anything which has more upside than downside can be called as antifragile. And innovation in that particular sense is all about having more upside than downside. And hence for us, innovation is the pathway to antifragility. The question then, of course, is how do we do it? A very good evening to all of you. I'm Atit Danak, Principal at Zinnov. And today I'll be sharing with you a perspective in terms of how we could think about unlocking innovation. Now, you would agree with me that in order for us to get the right answers, it is important to ask the right questions. It's almost a prerequisite. Google tells us that we are not alone. Whether it's Plato, it's Einstein, it's Peter Drucker, or Thomas Watson, a list of illustrious people agree on the same thing. Right questions lead to the right answers. The first question which comes to our mind is the distinction between invention and innovation. Is there a distinction? Well, yes. You see, invention is about creating a new product, a process, or a solution for the very first time, whereas innovation is about turning a new or an existing solution, product, or a process into something practical, affordable, and reliable that customers would want to use. And I cannot emphasize more on this, is something that customers would want to use. Take, for example, Steve Jobs. He's known as a great innovator. A lot of technologies which have been used in iPod and iPhone in the first generation existed before the product. What Steve Jobs and the team at Apple managed to do is they managed to take all these technologies, convert them into a product which you and I spend almost a month's salary to buy and own. And what that does is that allows them to convert $1 into $2, a $2 into $4, and consequently grow the company. And this is the question we ask a lot of leaders. We said, is innovation important to you? And 84% executives agree that innovation was central to the growth strategy. At the same time, 94% executives reported that they were not happy with the innovation outcome. And for us, this was the part which had to be really asked, that why is this? Why is that innovation is important to us? At the same time, we are dissatisfied with the outcomes. Now, on one hand, it could be about the distinction between invention and innovation, where we talk about innovation, but we focus more on invention. But then 94% is too huge a number for that to be the only reason. And we wanted to dig a bit more. With the COVID-19 crisis happening, what we realized is that our operating conditions had completely changed. And suddenly we were in a situation where we had a new operating model, a new operating environment. We had two cases, pre-COVID, during COVID, and soon post-COVID. And these three scenarios allowed us to look at what has happened, what is happening, to figure out some common theme which allows us to crack this conundrum of what innovation really is. Now, to begin with, if you look at all the COVID-19 responses, and especially the effective responses, you would see four key elements. You would see the element of policy. Now, this is not just at a government level, this is not just at an organization level, this is not just at an institution level, it's also about societies, it's also about families, in terms of how we go about things. Similarly, the use of technology. For the first time, we have had at disposal technologies available at scale which can be deployed remotely from India to US, from US to India, which allows us to solve problems across the world. Now, because the operating conditions have changed, there is the whole element of innovation because how we did things may not be applicable anymore, and we need to relook at those particular pieces. And then, of course, there's that element of entrepreneurship, the self-driven, the self-motivated spirit of an individual, which says never say die, rallies the team, and tries to figure out a solution. Let's look at a few of the examples which are there. Now, one of the greatest things we have seen right now is a massive talent mobilization. If we take India alone, and if we only talk about R&D centers of global MNCs, there are close to about 1 million people working from home today. All of this happened in a span of 4 to 8 weeks without losing productivity. 93% leaders have said that there has been no loss in productivity. If we look at a global scale, we are talking about almost 400 million people working from home right now, all white collar jobs. But this was not limited only to white collar. This was also applicable in case of factories. We have had companies like Britannia, Unilever, Amul changing their operating protocols and modes to ensure that factories are operational and our daily essential needs are met. Just imagine the complexity of a company like Amul, which already has a distributed supply chain with more than 1 million farmers providing milk. How do you maintain social distancing? How do you ensure quality of the good is coming in and the butter and the cheese that we are consuming is actually safe, right? And this is just one of the examples. We saw rapid digitalization. We, of course, had the C-suite working here. Only difference was instead of CXO, a CEO or a CTO, it was COVID-19, which made that whole material difference. Companies like Walmart have had to relook at the complete supply chain redesign because they had to solve for contactless experience. They had to solve for supply in a scenario where your inbound or outbound shipments could be stuck because the next city or the state or the country could be in lockdown. And then, of course, there is this whole element of being able to service the needs of the customers. We have similar examples from India. A good example is Apollo Health. Healthcare is not just about solving COVID-19 challenges, it's also about servicing the needs of people who had a health problem beyond COVID-19 as well. And Apollo has been investing heavily in terms of digitalizing the patient journey. Right from consultations to diagnostics to online pharmacies, Apollo is trying to move a fair bit of the patient journey online. We heard yesterday Amit Patnas, CEO of GE Healthcare, talk about how 75% to 80% of the patient journey in healthcare can go digital very soon. Now, the examples which we are talking about are also in terms of collaboration and in terms of redeployment of capabilities. An interesting example in Indian context is of ACT grants. We saw multiple venture capitalists, philanthropic organizations, and private equity firms come together to create a 100 crore fund to be available to entrepreneurs and to professionals in larger companies or to individuals also to fight COVID-19 related challenges. We have seen 46 companies being supported through this initiative, through grant money which is there, and the impact has been humongous. Not only are they able to give capital, but they are also providing the expertise and the network to be able to deploy these solutions. Close to 10% of the PPE requirement in India today is being serviced by companies because of ACT grants, and this includes fashion platforms. We have platforms which were focused on distributed manufacturing, now taking that capability, shifting it from EPC services into building solutions for healthcare. A very interesting example is of Arvind Mills. Traditional company in fashion wear decided to use the supply chain network and the manufacturing capability to get into production of N95 masks. Very soon, Arvind Mills, someone which makes shirts and all, will be manufacturing close to 150 to 200,000 units of N95 on a daily basis. By mid of 2021, India will be self-sufficient to up to 40% of its N95 requirements. And this is again just one of the examples. We saw beautiful collaborations happen. A great example is of Serum Institute, which invested in a company called MyLabs to be able to accelerate the production of the testing kits. They are right now producing 2 million units on a weekly basis. It's one of the key reasons why we in India are able to deploy these kits, are able to figure out if and how the virus is spreading. The interesting part here, however, is also of MyLabs, a company which ended up creating a reliable and affordable solution which people wanted to use in terms of testing the cases. And then, of course, we have these examples of building solution in education, in healthcare, in delivery services, in food tech, in retail, in grocery, without whose presence it can be argued that our existence during this lockdown would have been a lot more difficult. Imagine trying to figure out your groceries if you're in Bangalore. Imagine, the whole concern you would have in terms of paying cash every time you go to the grocery store. A lot of that has happened is because of the spirit of people to figure out a solution which would work for us. Now, when you look at all these solutions, and these are just examples, there is a very particular pattern. What we found is that survival was of paramount importance. Survival and focus on today and tomorrow made sure that we were not encumbered by our past. We were not encumbered by how the things were done or how they should be done. And consequently, individuals and teams had the freedom to be able to focus on a problem and to build out a solution and more critically, iterate on that particular solution. Freedom. Think about every scenario when you wanted to do a project. Think about scenarios when you wanted to think of that wonderful startup idea that you have had, and on odds are you would have said, if only I had the freedom to do this, if only I was not encumbered with ABC things. And you would know and you would believe that you would be able to do it, which is true. And as Matt rightly beautifully puts out, is that innovation is the child of freedom because it is a free and creative attempt to satisfy freely expressed human desires. Innovation and freedom go hand in hand. There are a lot of unknowns that you have to figure out as you go about building out a solution that customers will use. There are a lot of variables, and you need the flexibility to go around and figure out how to really achieve that. But when you think of freedom, you also think about risks. Let's rewind a bit. Think of your conversation with your parents when you were a teenager. If you have kids, think of the conversations you're having now. Think of the debate we have about society and individual. It's always a debate about freedom, and as soon as we talk about freedom, it's about risks, which is fair. You don't want to give freedom and lose the company, right? But before we start solving for freedom and we start thinking about risk, there are certain boundary conditions we would want to share with you. The first part is that when it comes to innovation, and since we're talking about something that customers would use, it could come in any shape and form. It could come in form of new customers, new markets, new segments, new products, or it could be about improving what you already have. It could be about improving your customer support systems. It could be about improving your value chain. Point being that innovation will not always be breakthrough. It can be incremental, but it will keep your company, your growth strategy plans going forward. The other aspect, of course, is that these ideas and this capability of execution will not reside with a single team, and they can come from anywhere in the company. And consequently, you want to focus on the breadth of things. You want to make it easy and possible for you to be able to access these ideas and be able to act on them, regardless of the person being in different position in the company or even being outside the company. And the core part that you're trying to do with risk resolution is that you want to ensure that these teams, as they are building out the product, have access to right resources, the right capabilities, which improves their odds of success as they're going forward. Now, the best thing that we have seen so far is that it's impossible to solve for everything overnight. Do remember that you're talking about innovation, you're talking about a lot of variability, you're talking about a lot of unknowns. And in that sense, what we have found to be extremely effective is to look at innovation as a journey. There are different stages, and these are the stages that we want to solve at a time. A good example would be of a student. We go to kindergarten, we go to primary, we go to secondary, higher secondary, from there to college, to post-graduation. If you see in the system, they're not trying to solve for every single thing right from the word go. It's all about saying that, okay, can we make you better today so that you're better prepared for tomorrow? You're leaving the options open. At the same time, you're making some fundamental capabilities into that particular individual. And think of doing something similar with that idea that you want to work on, with that solution that you want to work on. Break down the whole journey, right from the ideation to its growth and scale, and we start to figure out what are the risks we need to solve today, what we can control without adding too many bureaucratic elements into the process. The reason this is important is because when it comes to solving for risk, there is no silver bullet. It depends a lot in terms of what your current status is, where you want to get to, what kind of timeline you're looking at, and of course, what kind of resources you have available. Importantly, you want to do this not as a short-term thing, but as a capability, as a muscle for the organization, and that requires a holistic approach. It requires us to think strategically in terms of what our vision is. It requires us to think of organization and culture in terms of how do we think about innovation and how do we act on it. Remember, culture is not what we talk, it's about what we do. So how do you bring that into the organization? It's about innovation lifecycle process. How is it that it's designed currently and how is it that it should be designed currently? You could be in hardware, you could be in software, you could be in embedded systems, you could be in an extremely regulated industry. You need to figure out what does that lifecycle process look like for the organization. Then of course, there is the element of enabling factors. There is a very definite and very strong role of procurement, of IT, HR, finance, facilities, admin, I would say even transportation, in terms of enabling people to be able to innovate freely. You are constantly trying to give them the freedom, and there are a lot of these smaller pieces, critical, important pieces that need to be solved for. Lastly, but most importantly, is about success. In any organization, when we talk about culture, one thing which we have found to be rather missing is in terms of how do we define success and how do we talk about success. This is beyond rewards and incentives. It's about something very, very real. Because success is what will drive a lot of people to push themselves and to push forward. And you want to make it achievable. You want to make it feasible. When you look at this particular slide, I would request you not to look at this as a pyramid, as a three-dimensional physical object, because that would mean you have to start at the bottom. But rather look at this as a canvas. Look at what is it that you're trying to deal with today, and then figure out which part of this particular canvas you want to focus on and you want to color. Odds are that will allow you to take an action. Odds are it would allow you to go forward. Given the fact that the solutions and the approaches would be very different for each one of you, it's definitely different for me compared to any other consulting organization as I think about my role in Zinnov and how to grow the business. And that's why I wouldn't want to leave you with any 5 points or 7 points of takeaways, but only this one request is that we ask the right questions. What does innovation mean to you? What does innovation mean to your organization? What does freedom mean? How do you think about risk? How do you proactively identify and mitigate these particular risks? And how do you create a virtuous flywheel based on success, which just allows you to grow and be more stronger as we go forward? These are not easy questions. And what I'm hoping is that today's sessions and in days to come, you would be able to think about these questions and find answers that are relevant for you. As you think of these answers, do let us know. We would be happy to talk to you. But it's definitely a subject of interest in terms of answering a simple question that if innovation is so important to us, why are we still dissatisfied? And we need to build from there in terms of asking the right question. With that, good day, good evening, and thank you so much.
Tesco during COVID is an incredible story of our colleagues coming together to support a common goal, which is feeding nations. They braved against all odds to support our vulnerable customers, whether it's through online delivering to their homes or serving our shoppers at our stores. It is incredible to see the whole organization collaborating just to do this common cause, is to feed nations. And it's all about connecting to our purpose, which is serving our shoppers a little better every day.
Thank you, Adit, for driving home a very strong point. Innovation is, in fact, a journey. We often expect our innovation teams to show us ways of making big dollars and unlocking great market opportunity from day one. Our next keynote will throw light on what to expect from your innovation journey as a corporate entity and how to make innovation an everyday thing. Sharing his thoughts today is a senior industry leader and innovation orchestrator, Dhaval Buch. He is the interim CEO of Bristlecone and the Group Technology President at Mahindra Group Bristlecone and Mahindra Group. Over to you, Dhaval.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, everybody. I've always believed that innovation is an overused word and is fashionable to say it, but very often very difficult to implement. And particularly when we are trying to create it as a culture in a company where every day, every minute, every morning, every afternoon, all employees across the organization are able to thrive in that kind of culture. That is actually the culture that we need in a company today if we are to not just thrive, but even survive. And what I've tried to do in the next 15, 20 odd minutes is to try and decipher what does that exactly mean and what needs to be done. Let me just quickly get to, you see these three pictures and everybody recognizes all of them. The first one is a wooden wheel invented sometime 3500 BC in Mesopotamia. And it was basically used as a potter's wheel. And in a way, all these three, if you look at the second one, which is a printing press invented in 1440 by Johannes Gutenberg, and the mobile phone, and its earlier version, the actual telephone, first one, a phone invented by Bell, and the second one by Martin Cooper. You can see that these are basically what we would call inventions. These are not innovations. These are absolutely new creative products, ideas, and items which have been created out of nothing. In fact, if you look at the wooden wheel, it's interesting that this was the first invention that came which did not have any replicant in nature. And that gives it a very unique position as being the first real invention that came about. But an invention is a bit like a newborn baby. It has a lot of potential, but frankly, the use often immediately is quite limited. And therefore, this has to be converted into innovation if we are to make it happen. And innovation is something that takes invention to scale. Typically, innovations require entrepreneurship. It requires a leader who is able to lead an organization through ideas and who's able to then look at the same piece and look at it differently and say what can be done. They are normally not the inventors. So, for example, Steve Jobs did not create the first computer. Bill Gates never wrote the first line of operating system code. And Howard Schultz of Starbucks did not experiment and create the best quality coffee bean. And yet three have transformed each of their respective industries. A continuously innovative company also has to have a massive transformation purpose, because doing ordinary things will not achieve the kind of breakthrough innovations that are necessary in today's world. Innovation, quite simply speaking, is discontinuous improvement. Continuous improvement, we all know, but how do you create a company and how do you create a virtuous cycle of discontinuous improvement where you, on a regular cyclical basis, you're able to transform and disrupt things that are going on in the company? When you look at innovation, everybody knows this product life cycle chart that, you sort of put something new out there. You get the first innovators, the people who have invented it, who have been part of the product, or the service, who use it. This is the first couple of % of people who would do it. And these are the people who are sort of around that creation or that innovation. And then, of course, there are always the early adopters in a company or in a consumer landscape. And these people will always look at new things that are coming out and will invent them and will use them. But then most innovations reach what's called a chasm, because this is where you got to make the big leap. This is where we really have to see how do you create a beachhead on the other side where the major consumers and the major users lie. And typically, this requires four things. This requires speed, because while crossing this chasm, it's important that the existing uh, big companies or the people who currently own the consumer space in the entirety of the majority are not responding at a level where they don't allow you to cross the chasm and you fall down. The second is agility, the ability to make sure that your innovation is able to change and pivot depending on what the early majority is wanting to see on the other side with speed. The third piece is force. One has to be really, that there has to be an emotional and a creative force that takes you across the chasm. The massive transformation purpose, the big entrepreneurial leader, the one who leads people from the front, who leads from the ability to have the power of his idea across the chasm, is absolutely critical at this point. And the last is what I would call perseverance, because it's not as if this chasm can be crossed in a day. Very often it requires a fair amount of work before anything can really happen on the other side. Very often there are multiple failures, multiple pivotings that are necessary, and beachheads have to be established on the other side before this sort of chasm has to be crossed. But once it's done, it can be a phenomenal win. And let me give you a couple of examples of what I'm talking about. And let me take away, the creativity that is so important in crossing the chasm. And let me not take an example from technology, which is usually often quoted, but take an example of an ice cream. Ice cream has been around for hundreds of years. We all enjoy it. In fact, low calorie ice cream has been around for at least 30, 40, 50 years, and everybody knows that it's available, but we often don't really go there, and it's never caught on. Until there was one brand called Halo Top in the US about 5 or 7 years ago, who came up with this incredible idea that people don't actually want to eat low calorie ice cream. What they really want to understand is if it can play a central part in their weight loss program. And they basically said that this tub or this bucket of ice cream has so many calories. And by the way, if you eat this ice cream as a weight loss part of a weight loss program, you will lose weight. This created a massive transformation, a massive discontinuity in what ice cream stood for, because people mostly thought that ice cream was fattening, when this one turned that proposition on its head. And therefore, they were able to then establish that beachhead on the other side, got the majority, and before the large companies could wake up, and many did eventually, and tried to copy that proposition. And now there is a very big segment of the ice cream market which goes towards weight loss. But Halo Top took a very big chunk of the market and made hundreds of millions of dollars of business before anybody could even wake up. There's another example where the chasm was crossed through perseverance, where the transformation occurred just in the industry. So take the people who founded the online airline booking systems. These are people who hung around for 7, 8, 10 years trying to see if they could actually cross the chasm, and persevered until the discount airlines came and travel exploded. And at that time, online booking, because that was very important as part of the cost saving that was necessary and the effectiveness that was necessary for massive bookings to happen in a very cost effective manner, happened. And therefore, all the online booking platforms suddenly took off. And they then started getting into the mainstream. However, the other point that I want to make is that there is now no completed product lifecycle. Multiples, and by the time you get to the top, you are almost having to start the next one instantly, and the one after, and the one after, and the one after. It's not as if you can last through one product lifecycle and forget about, and then you can say, I can wait and find my next innovation a little later. There has to be a continuity and a multiplicity of innovations that have to happen. Everybody knows about the Kodak moment. Everybody knows that Kodak went from film to the industry went from film to digital, and what happened to Kodak. But that's not where it stopped, because when it went from film to digital cameras came about, and then cell phones happened, and then they took over with the same degree of power that normal, very large cameras, digital cameras, and expensive cameras were doing it. And then finally, you got Instagram and Google Photos and others, which converted photography into experience and the ability to access it almost at will. And if you look at it, those are multiple innovation curves that happened one after the other. And if you were not willing to catch the industry along this full wave, you would never be able to succeed beyond a few years. Not only does innovation move now fast, but it also has a half-life, which is actually very small. The average half-life, for example, of a learned skill used to be 30 years, now it's 5. The average tenure of an S&P 500 company used to be 33 years, now it's come down to less than 15. And there are 4 things that are happening, which I would call are creating the next wave of innovation speed, or what we would call e-innovation. The first is that Moore's law is eating the world. Everything in its price performance is actually computed and doubling and in fact improving in its efficiency and effectiveness almost every couple of years. If you take 3D printing, the average cost has dropped 400 times in 7 years. If you take drones, 142 times in 6 years. DNA sequencing, 10,000 times in 7 years. So the speed with which the price performance equation is changing is quite dramatic. And this requires continuous effort and continuous shifts in how we think as the technology transforms this equation. The second is that there's a huge convergence of technologies. A large amount of the product and physical substrate is now converting to information layers. And as that happens, technology change is quite dramatic. Because otherwise, what tends to happen when you have a physical substrate, there is a limitation to the speed with which things can happen. There's a limitation by which the speed of transformation and transition can happen. Let me give you an example from the CPG space. When the channels of distribution were physical, let's say even in a country like India, the maximum amount of, even if you had 100% coverage, and that is almost impossible. Most of the best companies in the country rarely have more than 15, 20, 30, 40% coverage. But even 100% coverage would get you to 8 million shops. These would be all kinds of shops, whether they were small outlets, tabletops, large shops, malls, everything. Across the country, urban, rural, you're talking of 8 million outlets. The minute you convert the physical channel into a virtual channel, into a digital channel, the Amazons, the Flipkarts, whatever else are there, you are now talking of tens of millions, and effectively you can go to 20 crore or 25 crore households, right? And that completely transforms a business. And we have seen that in COVID times. So physically, that's really transformed what's happened. If you then look at the third aspect, is that when the physical layer transforms to a digital layer, assets become different as well. As long as you depend on physical assets, there is a hierarchy in the company, and frankly speaking, the utilization and the amount of asset investments will then govern growth. But the minute you get into things like, let's say, LinkedIn, which basically digitizes trust, or Google's algorithms, which digitizing global information, there is now no limit to the amount of assets that can be used. And particularly when these assets become digitized, or they are shared, or in fact leveraged, the growth is almost limitless. And therefore, I think this is the third element of leveraged assets. Let me give you one example. If you go back in a little bit of time, Nokia bought a company called Navtech in 2007 for about $8 billion. Navtech was the world's leader in road traffic and sensor industry, and Nokia thought that they would therefore dominate the ability to have to be able to do track and trace and do traffic management, etc., etc. Unfortunately, a small Israeli company called Waze was also founded around the same time. Everybody knows what Waze does. It basically used the crowdsourcing by leveraging GPS central investment, zero user acquisition costs, etc., etc. The rest is history. Nokia's market cap eventually, not just for this, but over many other things, fell from 140 billion to 8 billion when it was sold to Microsoft. By the way, 8 billion was exactly the amount that Nokia bought Navtech with. So you can imagine that when you leverage assets which are around and you don't have to own them, what can happen in terms of innovation. And the last but not the least element that is so critical to innovation now is called what I call 10,000 experiments. Malcolm Gladwell very famously wrote in his book that you have to spend 10,000 hours to get expert at anything. I think the new element of innovation is to have 10,000 experiments. It's not about the success of these experiments, but the speed with which they happen. Because when you are able to do 10,000 or more experiments fast, there is an inevitability to the speed of innovation changing also at the same time. And this is now not just restricted to business. There is also a power of innovation which is there now in solving social problems. Already, solar and wind power are cheaper than a third of the coal that's being used, and probably by 2030, 95% or 96% of the existing coal plants will be more expensive than these alternative forms of energy. Vehicle sales, you can see electric vehicle sales are expanding. In fact, they are exploding. It's not just Tesla. We are now talking of different forms. There are container ships which are being experimented with electricity. There are aeroplanes which are being experimented with electricity, and so on. So you're seeing a transformation in energy. You're seeing a transformation, slow but definitely, in plastics. The world, generates about 300 million tons of plastic waste. Only 16% is recycled. This we know is untenable, and very quickly consumers are now revolting against this. And very soon we will have massive shifts happening in technology so that a large part of this is recycled. This is the same as happening in water, and we all know the problem of drinking water and the sanitation requirements for large parts of the world which don't exist. What's going to happen? And clearly here also massive innovations in communities, massive innovations in technology, massive innovations in waterless devices is occurring, so that we are able to change this world in terms of providing drinking water to everybody and great sanitation at affordable prices without the use of too much water. So effectively, innovation really is now, in a way, the sort of the life of every company. It's got to be done in a cultural way. It's got to be done in a manner which is continuous. It's got to be done with the speed, with the four things that will change the culture. Moore's law, which is eating up everything in the world, the technology convergence that is happening, the asset leveraging that needs to be done, and last but not the least, how fast, how many experiments can I do to make sure that my people and my company continuously innovate. Thank you.
Does it discount continuous innovation as you say that it cannot be termed as as innovation in that sense?
Look, I don't want to penny pinch here. At the end of the day, a large part of business continues to happen with continuous improvement, because continuous improvement really runs the engine. And in fact, if you put together a large part of continuous improvement, you probably don't recognize what happened a little while later. So it is a continuum. I don't think that I would want to trash continuous improvement, but I think it's also important to switch mind frame from continuous improvement regularly in cadence as a business team, to say what's happening to our industry across 4 points I raised, because it's very important to understand and sit back at pretty significant time in the company to what's happening to the experimentation, that's happening to the organization of the technologies that are being used. I think if that assessment is done, this continuous improvement is going to happen.
So, thanks, Dhaval.
Heroes don't wear capes. That's what I realized when several of our SAP employees, without any hesitation or concern whatsoever about their own personal well being, voluntarily dived in to help the community, beginning from the first nationwide lockdown that we had early this year. There are many such stories about our COVID warriors that I can talk about at length. However, in the interest of time, I'd like to call out few of those stories which are extremely incredible. A team from across SAP, coming from admin, from corporate social responsibility, from facilities, as well as physical security, came together to serve more than 4 lakh meals during the lockdown period, cooked in our SAP Labs India kitchen for the stranded workers. A team of developers worked with volunteers in Haveri, a remote district of Karnataka, to provide relief to the villagers. A couple of our employees played an incredibly active role as part of the Corona Warriors Task Force to feed the poor, to distribute dry ration, and supply other essential commodities to the needy. Some even leveraged their own technology expertise and joined hands with bodies like NASSCOM and other prominent institutions to develop analytical tools to track the spread of the virus. Across all the locations that we operate out of India and across all our SAP offices, employees have willingly contributed and played a very active role with our corporate social responsibility teams in their individual capacities. I deeply appreciate and applaud all these extraordinary work that has been put in by our employees.
Thanks, Dhaval, for that interesting insight on what an innovation journey actually is. India has been known for a large talent pool for quite some time. A lesser known and commonly missed fact is the role of global R&D centers, Indian MNCs, and startups in building products and solutions for the world. Next up, we have a power-packed panel of 3 leaders who have been innovating in India for the rest of the world. Our first panelist is from a multi-billion dollar unicorn. Second panelist is from a global Fortune 500 company. Our third is from an Indian MNC. And all of them have been innovating in India for the globe. I'd like to welcome Naren Ravula, Vice President, Product Strategy and Deployment, Flipkart. Madhurima Agarwal, Director, Engineering Programs and Leader of NetApp Accelerator. Sukumar Bargale, Head Product Engineering and IoT at Mahindra. Our session chair for this panel is someone with over 3 decades of experience and is no stranger to innovation himself. Rajesh Nambiar, Chair and President, Sienna India Private Limited. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you so much, Gautam. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here and moderating such brilliant folks on this panel. So thank you, Madhurima, Naren, and Sukuma for joining me today on this very important discussion around the role of India as a country and how India plays in driving innovations globally, right? So our hypothesis today is that there is significant amount of innovation that happens in the Indian ecosystem, be it the global R&D centers or the local Indian companies, right? So these innovations happen by design, and because it happens by design, and we could potentially emulate them across more organizations if we can learn how they do it, right? So since we have limited amount of time, I'm going to request our panelists to share their stories very briefly and narrate those hidden examples, which are very interesting for us in their respective areas, right? From which I believe that we all can learn and try and emulate, right? So we will stay away from a lot of theoretical discussions today and focus more on real examples, as I said before, and at the end, hopefully, some very, very specific takeaways as well. Let me also set the context of today's discussion. I'm requesting the panel to keep the following context in mind. One is, of course, the broader theme of this conference, anti-fragility. What a beautiful theme! What a beautiful theme. Last, 2 or 3 days, those of you watching on and off, I've been doing on and off. I'm sure that after listening to all the previous speakers, everyone knows what innovation in the context of anti-fragile organization really means, right? We will, of course, discuss the ability for the organizations to innovate better when faced with a black swan event. And this is a good segue to my next context point. In today's surreal world, we cannot discuss anything without looking at the impact of the biggest black swan of all, which is the COVID-19. So I'm requesting the panel to sort of keep that as an additional context in mind as well. So let's begin the discussion, right? I want to start with the only lady in our panel here. So Madhurima, you have an impeccable background. You worked for some very marquee financial services firm as an analyst, then went out and taught in a university, and now into tech with the NetApp, right? Now, India, as you know, is known for its large talent pool of engineers and also, to a great extent, of course, a thriving startup ecosystem. But what is not very well known widely, or should I say, commonly missed, is that the role of the global R&D centers, which we call GICs in this forum, and what all these centers are innovating for the whole world, not just for India, for the whole world. So after all your experiments with the financial sector, now that you're part of it for the GIC, how is the work from India recognized on global platforms, and what did it take to achieve this? And I recall the very first time we spoke, you also said COVID has made our innovation agenda better, and I it stuck in my mind. How so? How so? So let me start with you, Madhurima. Go ahead.
Thanks, Rajesh. So I've been lucky in being part of NetApp, right? NetApp has a global charter for innovation, which is same across sites. And basically the innovation strategy that has been derived out of this charter is to drive, development of global products for the global market, right? And execution of such a strategy is basically targeted towards leveraging local talent and local ecosystems. So as you rightly said, right, in India, we have a vast talent pool, which, is being leveraged today in the organization I work for, to build for the globe. And it is also, the largest R&D center outside of US. So if you ask, how the recognition has come, it is evident in the number of patents. One of the example is the number of patents that has been filed out of this R&D center, over 500 patents, right? Of which about 275 plus has been actually granted, right? Now these patents have pertained to building the global products that NetApp sells. So I think that's live example, of how the recognition has come for the talent that is present in India, what India is building for the globe. So to your second question about how COVID has made it better. See, while as you said, rightly said, it's a black swan event, devastating in its impact, unpredictable. Uh, in true, I think, what we've been talking about in true Indian spirit, right? We've all risen up and in our daily lives, we've brought in innovation in small aspects, right? And similarly, what we have seen in our organization as NetApp, right? This has translated in some ways. People have, embraced this and said the time that we are saving in commuting, especially in Bangalore traffic, most of us know how notorious that is, that they have translated into, spending more time in thinking about how they can drive change. Having more time at hand has resulted in people being available. There's more discussions that is happening. We are having global leaders. In fact, for the program I run, we have global leaders coming in as executive mentors. So these are some small examples of how, you've turned the situation to our advantage in some ways. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent. No, very well said, Madhurima, right? And I can relate to what you said to what we do in Sienna too, right? Not just the fact that Sienna R&D Center has got, hundreds of patents filed, and this center has owned several products end to end, not just in software domain, but also in the hardware domain, right? Some of the packet products are designed end to end in the India lab, which I think is phenomenal. And as you said about NetApp, Sienna India R&D is the largest R&D outside of the US too. This also helps solving some of the India-specific problems when it comes to telecom. For instance, India actually has some very unique challenges when it comes to telecom. One example I can think of is the amount of fiber cuts in India is way above anywhere else in the world. I mean, India used to experience roughly about 30 cuts a day before the COVID lockdown, right? I mean, during the lockdown, incidentally, the fiber cuts actually slowed quite down a bit. But elsewhere, especially in a developed market, one would have as many cuts probably in an entire year, for example. So a solution for such issues, which are very unique to India, like a self-healing network, for instance, is being designed and implemented by these teams to support the Indian operators. So talking about India-specific challenges, right? Let me come to Narain. Look, Narain, you've had a very, very interesting background yourself, right? And all the way from CU Boulder, by the way, which is where my younger son graduated a couple of months ago. So go Bobs, yeah? I mean, and you got to explain to the audience as to what it means by go Bobs. Yeah, and then the financial services, of course. Then you went to NetApp. Now I see a pattern between you guys, right? So financial services, NetApp, whatever. Now finally you're in Flipkart. So before I get to the India challenge, let me ask you about the COVID-19. Was the whole pandemic situation a challenge or a big opportunity for Flipkart? And what were the specific innovations during COVID? Naren?
Great. Yeah. Rajesh, first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me as part of this esteemed panel. I think, COVID has definitely been a challenge when I think everybody was shut down. Our business was also shut down. But I think, what you're seeing as an implication of COVID is digital transformation across the board, across multiple industries is accelerating. And e-commerce as an industry, I think, is going to be a long-term beneficiary from it. Once the lockdown is lifted, we're already seeing step jump increases in our business across all of the categories that we participate in. So we think this is a big inflection point where the adoption of e-commerce is not just limited to the metro tier 1, higher income segments of the market anymore. It is tier 2, tier 3 plus. And so you're going to see the next 200 million customers come on to e-commerce. And we think this is going to be a long-term benefit for us. Obviously, a lot of innovation had to happen as we were sort of navigating these past 3 months. One of the first things that our CEO and as a company we prioritize is employee safety, right? I mean, and in fact, as a country, even our Prime Minister has said lives first and then livelihood probably later, right? And so that's sort of the approach that we've also taken. Most of our innovations were around protecting not only employee safety but also in turn customer safety, right? So things like contactless payments, everything that we did in ensuring that the 70,000 delivery personnel that we have are operating with the right sort of guardrails in mind, right? Those were some of our initial sets of innovation. I talked about how the next 200 million customers are going to come on to e-commerce. Now, these people are not going to be native English speakers, right? So some of the innovations that we've introduced recently is about vernacular language support. So today, the Flipkart app is available in 5 different languages. And one of my personal sort of things that I was really excited about was voice as a user interface, right? So today, if you go to the e-commerce app and you search for grocery, right, you can actually create a basket through voice. So, for example, you don't necessarily now need to know what is hing called in English and then get the right spelling for it and ensure that the right spelling is typed in. You can use voice to build your basket, which is a great technology for that particular category.
Excellent. Thank you, Naren. Thank you. Appreciate it. Now you talked about sort of reaching the broader population and farmers and so on and so forth. So there is this notion that companies like Flipkart and Amazons of the world aren't doing enough to help the farmers or manufacturers. Do you agree with that notion, first of all? And if you disagree, which I presume you do, can you give some examples, please? Specific examples.
Yeah. See, I think one of the things that I think is probably not understood about Flipkart's B2C business is our business is a marketplace. There are hundreds of thousands of sellers, and most of them are actually small and medium enterprises who are selling on our platform, right? And so I think first off, I think that is the kind of community that we are operating with, and the community that we are supporting, the community that we are enabling to be successful on the platform by offering them great technology and tools, by offering them credit instruments, by offering them business advice and so on, right? So that's the first thing, right, with the way the business operates today. And one of the things that you probably caught over the past week is Flipkart now has formally entered the B2B e-commerce space. We are now a wholesaler. And so a lot of the advantages that we are delivering to our end consumers, we are in a position to offer the same advantages to Kirana stores, and other businesses as well. So the success of Kiranas is a core part of Flipkart's long-term plan here, and our success is going to depend on the success of small and medium enterprises and the Kirana stores of India.
Good. Okay, so that kind of helps us to add a little more context to what we read, I suppose. Yeah. Let me now turn to Sukumar. Yeah. So, look, you had a significant experience in the engineering firms, Sukumar. Then, of course, into telecom and IT. But at least you stayed within the engineering realm, right? Unlike the Madhurima and Naren, who actually jumped ship midway and then sort of moved into technology from wherever they came from.
Right.
But seriously, help us understand what Techem did, which was specifically innovative during the current pandemic. The US has done a lot, but let's here some good examples of what did he do during the pandemic, which was innovative.
Yeah, so thanks, Rajesh, for asking that question. I think when I look back, when the lockdown was announced, I think it was kind of so sudden, right? And then I remember we all scrambling for that, what do we do from tomorrow? On is it for a month or 2 months, or how long this is going to kind of affect us? So I think Mahindra Group as a is at the forefront of innovation and make in India. As a Mahindra Group company, Tech Mahindra also, we are a front runner among the innovation, right? So I think our CEO was invited for some of the initiatives which are happening at a national level. So I will give probably few real life example what I come across, and I know some of my teams have directly worked. So one such example is Arogya Setu app, right? So when we were asked our team to participate in this, and we were asked how can you help us to bring in something which is readily available, and we have been asked what is the timeline. So we asked what is the timeline to do this, and the answer was week, maybe max 2 weeks, because this is not the business as usual. And then we were actually our teams were put inside a team which was like operating from different cities, kind of headed by IAS officer whom we never seen. And I think that team, what we came up is that we looked at how can we provide, because in that pandemic time I think it was very 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 essential because lockdown was there. How can people access healthcare, right? So we had a already built platform for us. The challenge was how do we integrate that with Arogya Setu app, and the time we had was in days. So our team could actually do the integration, everything completed, up and running, and we completed around 15,000 patient consultation on that app, right? So that was one thing I think we ourselves felt very proud, and we were not aware that we can possibly work at that kind of a speed, especially working with government, right? So they were faster than us. The second example was I think all of us probably could have if you are in a management, or if you are probably from the IT support, you're trying to go to office during the lockdown. There are lots of stories that how police was stopping people, and it was very difficult to go there, right? So especially for Delhi, we work with Delhi police, and it's not a technologically marvelous thing, right? But what matters in my language, the innovation is something can solve the real life problem. So we came up with the e-pass for Delhi police by Tech Mahindra. App was built within 48 hours, and so far we have issued 20,000 plus passes. So that is something again, use of technology to solve the real life problem. The third one is close to my heart, which is we have been working with many cities in India on smart city platform, right? So smart city is essentially there will be ICCC integrated command control center, and you are typically monitoring the city for the crime or the electricity or what's going on, right? And some of them are built, some of them are half built, and suddenly this hit, right? And then couple of commissioners, these IS officers, they called us and told me that the specific case in Kanpur and PCMC, the commissioner called me and said that hey, look, Sukumar, we want to use this to convert into COVID tracking center. Can you guys do it? And rather, it's not can you guys do it, just do it, and then can you do it in a week's time? And I'm so happy and delighted that we could actually convert the ICCC, work with the vendors, got the right technology developed and integrated the center, so that the authorities can track the COVID patients, and also kind of talk to the people and develop all the required support. So apart from this, I think there are many examples. In last few months have come up. With the scarcity of time, I'll not go through all of them, but I would say that last 2-3 months have been very eventful. There are it has actually made us to stretch our limits and do the things in a very different way, and especially the speed.
Excellent.
Which
Thank
we
you.
react.
Thank you, Suku. I think that's been just a phenomenal amount of work. And I'm also hearing that you guys are really doing a great job broadly, right, during these tough times, especially. So please do convey our thanks to my dear friend CP. I must assume that this is both the leadership as well as the innovation that is at work here, right? Now,
Absolutely.
something you reminded me of what I read in the newspapers a couple of days ago. And unfortunately, I need to go back to Naren one more time. This is the potential of a new hyper-local service by Flipkart. Now, my question to Naren is that where did this come from, and is that a local innovation? What prompted that? Of course, other than Amazon's quick service offering, and then you got to have a competitive positioning. But was this an innovation thought through? Is it something which you guys did it in-house?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is that was probably the most recent announcement that we made. It's called Flipkart Quick. So for a portfolio of essential products, you will be able to place the order and get the delivery in 90 minutes. Now, a lot of the innovation was accelerated as a result of COVID, right? So now people, particularly for their essentials, they want to make sure that they get it as quickly as possible. We also felt that this was one way we can also more tightly partner with local stores, right? So today the Flipkart Quick solution is done through our own fulfillment centers, the so-called dark stores. But the extension of this will be where we will be able to deliver from nearby modern trade stores and kirana stores as well, right? And so that is that is an innovation that we think is in line with the broader strategic agenda that we had. But the COVID related emphasis on essentials has definitely accelerated time to market.
Thank you, Naren. Wishing you and the Flipkart, of course, all the very best in launching this and bring these and a lot more innovation to the marketplace, right? Talking about local innovations, Madhurima, you mentioned in our discussion earlier some kind of an external facing innovation. So can you share a couple of real life examples again, and also tell us if this whole work from home has it made the innovation a bit more harder? I'm asking this because you now have less team discussions. You don't sit around the table. You don't go to the coffee cooler and have the informal conversations that you had before. There's no whiteboarding, less access to your labs, whatever it is, right? So with this context, tell me something about your external facing innovation as well as this whole impediment because of work from home. Go ahead, Adrima.
Yeah. So I and most of us, I think, accept this fact that not everything in life can be achieved by, an individual or an organization alone. And that's where partnerships come in, right? So NetApp also takes an external view to, innovations, what we call is an outside in. And under this, we established the NetApp Accelerator program. So we've all been, just talking about how necessity has accelerated the need for innovation. And that's what we want to do here. So we partner with external startups, right? We don't invest in them. So they are truly, independent entities. We partner with them. And, with them, we work on areas which are adjacent to NetApp. We help them, support them with technical mentorship, business mentorship, access to whatever infrastructure they need. And in turn, we hope to find startups that we can partner with who are solving real problems for the customers, right? And present that to the ecosystem. So it's a lot about evolving the ecosystem that is there. For example, we partnered with one startup to create while a technical term is a white paper, it's actually a real life reference guide for how enterprises can leverage AI to drive efficiency. So those are some examples that have come out of this thing. In fact, we have something called an advanced technology group, largest team outside of US based here in our India center, and they do very long-term research, focus on things that are more futuristic in nature. And they don't do that just by themselves, but they partner with universities, right? Like IITs, IISc, other such institutions across India, as well as around the world. So those are some ways where we drive, outside in innovation, partner with the folks outside.
Excellent.
Coming to your question about work from home having made innovation difficult. So I will differ from you, right? We still have coffee breaks. We have those water cooler moments. It's just that it's on Zoom, right? Like we are interacting with this, fabulous audience here live, right? Doesn't stop us from being able to share our thoughts. Doesn't stop us from thinking of new ideas. And I think that's what we are seeing in our daily lives, right? Our employees have these. So NetApp, just in case, for those of you who don't know, we were famous for something called a beer bash on Friday. People would just get together over beer, free beer sponsored by the company. We do that. We have virtual happy hours now. So truly, right? And not to say it's a cliche, but change is one of the constants in our lives now, right? It's difficult at the beginning, but I think now that we are almost 4 months into this work from home, with no short-term end to this, I think people have adapted, right? And as we've all been talking about, beyond resilience, anti-fragility, that's what people are displaying. So, I would say that that's happening. It's taken a different form. Yes, there might have been some challenges in the initial stages people were adjusting. But, as I said again, other venues have opened up. A lot of workforce has moved back home to their native towns. And with the support of the family around, they have more, don't kill me for this, more leisure time. So they can, innovate. And you need that. You need that creativity to come in. So
I like your
it's not
positive.
difficult, it's different.
I agree. I like your positive attitude towards this. But that certainly is going to help you get through some of these issues, which anyway comes with that, right? Now we have got lots of questions from audience, so I'm going to probably take one audience question before I come back with some of the other questions that I had for all of you. The audience question, and I probably ask Suku if you could give it a shot, right? This basically it comes from audience saying, we talk about innovative ideas. Should we focus more on innovation or outcome? Sukumar.
I think clearly my personal opinion is outcome, because what we have seen in last 3 months probably have taught us what probably we have not seen in our lifetime, right? So if the challenge is thrown at us, I think we will figure out what is the solution for it, right? And then I think that's the human tendency. So like I was giving the example, giving a pass, it's not about the great technology doing, but I think when we heard about people coming and telling, "Hey, look, we were going to the office, we were stopped, we were questioned, and we were sent back," and it felt so bad that can't we do something about it? And the solution could be, we don't have to be technologically marvelous solution, but solution something which is real and can solve the problem. So I would go for solving the problem, then and that's when the innovation will come out. That's my take on this.
Very good answer, Sukumar. There, yeah, absolutely. I have one more question from the audience. This is for Naren. How do you think about exploring rural markets as COVID is actually stepping in there?
Yeah, see, I think so largely rural markets have been protected. I think if you look at most of the outbreak, right, they've been concentrated in the dense urban regions. And part of what we are seeing, when analysts, right, clearly the GDP this year is impacted, but you see most of the analysts projecting a GDP bounce back to 6 to 7% next year, and that is largely based on the strength of the rural markets. Right. So one of the unique things about India is roughly 50% of the consumption for us comes from rural markets, and with a strong monsoon and those markets being largely isolated, right? I think the belief is they will carry us forward as we go into the recovery pieces. See, for Flipkart, we are our customer base today is also largely coming from tier 2 plus. While it causes a challenge for us when lockdowns happen ward by ward or county by county, but the technology is in place for us to be able to navigate around it, right? I don't think what you are seeing is wholesale lockdown. in rural areas. See, locking down Bangalore as a city, probably has a larger impact than specific pockets in rural areas getting locked down. So I think, generally speaking, I think we feel better. We feel, at least from our perspective, the worst is behind us. Right? I think when the entire country was shut down, particularly the large cities, that was probably the highest impact for us.
Are you sure, Naren? I mean, are you sure everything is behind us? I'm seeing in the newspaper every day there are 50,000 cases coming up new. Are you sure it's over?
Yeah, I think, like anything, right? When you're faced with something for the very first time, and you're trying to invent things as you go along, the initial phase is probably the hardest. Now we've sort of experienced this. The government has had experience, dealing with it. Local governments have had experiences dealing with it, right? And so there's a like a database of learning that we now have. And so even if there is a sort of another outbreak down the line, as some of them are predicting, I think there are enough systems now in place for us to be able to navigate around it. We're talking about innovation, and here are 3 companies that are innovating. There are thousands of companies like ours who are innovating as well to get us around this.
I agree.
So generally speaking, I'm an optimist, so I will play that optimist card here.
Look, I got a panel. Everybody is an optimist. Madhurima seemed to be very optimistic in everything that she was saying, and Sukumar is saying that he's very optimistic about everything. So that's great. That's great news for all of us. Talking about optimism, I think I remember again one of our earlier discussion. One of you mentioned saying that necessity is mother of all invention, right? And it still holds water even though the saying is quite old. I also want to add that necessity has also pushed a lot of things to be done faster, for example, right? So most enterprises were already on the journey of, for example, becoming digital. But what this COVID has really done is to expedite that journey a lot more, right? So companies today are becoming a lot more digital and far sooner than actually earlier planned, right? So then I come to one of the audience questions related to that. And this will, I'll ask Madhurima to see if she can give it a shot. This is saying that, look, while India has produced good engineering talent to work in R&D centers across the globe, why are there no products being created out of India, like the likes of Microsoft or Google or whoever? What do you think, Madhurima?
I would actually say, the statement that no products are being created out of India, I would take a different view at it. See, it is the Indian engineers who are creating this, not to talk about management names, like there's a lot of WhatsApp jokes going around that, if we have to invite the global CEOs, it has to be with samosa and jalebi. But the fact is, probably earlier there were not enough product companies that started in India, which is why we see that, they started in other geographies, and Indians are contributing to that. Having said that, the growth in GICs that we are seeing today, right? It's all employing the local talent, which is building global products. So probably it's more of a branding issue rather than a contribution issue. And while we are talking about organizations, I think just to expand on the branding part, this is the same thing we see even in the startup ecosystem, right? There are so many startups which have which have grown in India, have India development teams here. But when you ask people don't recognize them as Indian startups, right? So that's something we need to work on. Especially having lived in the West, I've seen, how they have mastered this art of branding things right, getting the optics right. So probably, I don't know if that answers your question, but in my mind, I think global products are being developed by Indians in India. It's just that they are probably being packaged and marketed from the headquarters, which, in most cases do lie out of India.
Well, yes, you did answer, but you didn't quite answer that, but that's okay, right? I mean, this is a debate which goes on in this industry for too long, but we will leave it at that, because that's not something we are running on short of time. I'm going to ask my last question back to Sukumar, right? Look, Suku, we have seen several changes because of this pandemic, right? But one significant change is that manufacturing comes back closer home, right? I mean, wherever you're manufacturing, bring it back home. Supply chains will tend to be more resilient rather than being optimal, if you may. And of course, whenever we do all of this, nationalism will be something the businesses will have to deal with. Right? And And that's a big issue. Now, with all of this, how do you see global innovation for a company like TechM? How do you see the global innovation ecosystem shaping up in the future? Very briefly, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so great question, Rajesh, right? So we work with variety of companies from automotive to aerospace to industrial machinery. And today, I also work with a lot of captives like yourself, around India. So when I asked a question to many of the companies in India, especially the GICs, if we shut down, let's say, some captive in India, what will happen to the headquarters? And many of them say that look, there is going to be a problem. We will be in a problem. So from the supply chain I think the sentiments are real. Many of the countries will come up with certain legislation, the things which they want to keep in the country, the manufacturing especially. But my sense is that the global innovation today, if you look at any product, I mean, we are working on a vehicle which is going to be sold under the European brand, but which is going to be designed by Tech Mahindra, manufactured by all the Indian companies. Some of the components will come from the Europe, and which will be sold to the Indian consumers. So it is the supply chain today is so diverse and distributed. I think even if the sentiments are there, this will continue. That's my sense. You cannot just shut and say that the supply will start from tomorrow, because developing the manufacturing supply chains possibly will take 5-10 years, right? It's not going to switch on and switch off. And especially from the innovation perspective, I think India is so closely knitted into the global companies. I think that will continue. I don't see that significantly it is changing. Of course, the travel is stopped. People cannot sit in a plane and go in the headquarters, will not able to see their products, and that is going to affect in a shorter run. But in a longer run, and we'll figure out a way for that, right? We're not stopped anything. But in my opinion, I think I'm very optimistic that this is a journey which is non-stoppable.
There you go. There you go. I mean, you guys are all being this eternal optimist here. But look, guys, we had a great discussion, but we ran out of time, right? So I just want to summarize. So what we heard today was some solid perspective from all the three panelists here, which is turning out to be, the hypothesis we started with is turning out to be true, right? There is no doubt that we have significant innovation happening in the global innovation centers, as well as the local organizations such as Flipkart or TechM in India. So we had several examples of that. We also heard that the most progressive organization make innovation as part of their organization culture and strategy, right? So we also heard about creating a culture where experimentation is rewarded, right? So with those closing thoughts, I want to thank all of you for patiently listening to us from the audience side, and also for our wonderful panelists, right? Madhurima, Naren, Suku, thank you for a very, very interesting conversation. And that concludes the session. So over to Gautam. Thank you.
Ericsson's Global AI Accelerator, or Gaia, was launched with the intent of managing the growing network complexity that comes from the arrival of technologies like 5G and IoT. In 2019, India was selected as one of the 3 major global hubs for Gaia, thanks to the growing importance of the Indian telecom market, the talent availability in India, and the vibrant industry ecosystem. So far, the India team has developed over 30 proof of concepts in collaboration with their managed services and radio businesses. More importantly, 5 of these POCs have already gone on to be deployed in global telecom operator networks. AI is a critically important area in managing the networks of tomorrow, and the opportunity to make a significant impact in this area is tremendous.
in India and globally. If you would like to share some of such stories, please drop a note events@zinnov.com and we will share your next steps accordingly. The sudden move of working 100% remotely is something very few felt comfortable doing. While collaborating remotely was difficult, innovating remotely is a bigger beast. In our next segment, we have a fireside chat with Girish Kamath, Vice President and Managing Director, Scientific Games. We'll be discussing the inherent challenges of remote innovation, various aspects one should keep in mind, what are the various changes an organization needs to undergo to continue to innovate in these times. Session chair this evening will be Namita, Project Lead Zinnov. Over to you, Namita.
Hey, thank you, Gautam. Hi, Girish. Thank you so much for taking the time out to be here today.
Hi, Namita.
So let's get started, right? I mean, everybody on this panel is talking about it, on this track is talking about it in terms of sustaining innovation. Employees are well set in the work from home scenario. We've got L&D and training being dispensed, onboarding happening. Now the question really moves to how can we sustain innovation in the remote environment? Is this something that you and your organization had already sort of solved for before the lockdown got enacted, or like most organizations in the industry, is this something that you had to sort of solve for on the fly? And what did you do, and how was the journey been for you?
Sure. First of all, good evening, Namita. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here talking to a great audience. So yeah, coming to the innovation and about our organization. Well, like most organizations, we were caught totally unaware. Maybe taking a step back, we believed, and I also believed that remote innovation is difficult. And I had we always felt that people need to be in office and need to be working together, collaborating a lot more. But then, as we all know, lockdown 1.0 happened, and 100% of our employees were in their homes. So we didn't have a choice. But at the same time, we had to continue what we were doing. A few very interesting things came out and kind of surprised me as well. I didn't expect beyond my expectation. We thought, and honestly, I had I told everybody back in our headquarters that there might be a hit in the productivity and to just have some patience while we sort all this out. But importantly, most of our projects just happened. So a couple of two, three examples I'll give, very specific ones where kind of surprised me. We are a gaming company. We work with a lot of gaming machines in the office, and we felt, without those gaming machines, we will not be able to be completely productive. We realized as soon as people went remote, many of them tried created simulators, and this happened within matter of days, and which kind of surprised us also. So that was very interesting. Second thing was, and one part of our team which takes our products to our customers, different casinos around the world, and installs them, trains them, get things going. Uh, we realized that well, on a typical customer install, we had a lot of people traveling. But we realized that few customer installs which were due happened completely remote without not even a single travel. Of course, travel could not have happened. So that was something very surprising. The third and the most important bit was people within this time frame of lockdown and just a few weeks, people got together and built new product. People built new social distancing product for our customers. I mean, that was again very surprising, and this happened within weeks. I mean, I have personally not seen such a fast pace of innovation here. So what happened? Possibly, I mean, people knew that they had to come up with these products before the casinos start opening back. Looking back, all of this again surprised me. Not something that was planned, and we were not ready for it. Looking back, I think one of the decisions which we took probably 15, 18 months back, I think it was it is what I felt was the major factor for all of this.
Mm.
So initially, earlier, a couple of years back, we had a team for innovation.
Right.
We used to call it, it had a name, Innovation Lab also.
Right.
Just a year and a half back, it was decided that no, we should not have a team for innovation. Innovation should be in every team's DNA. It should be a part of every team.
Right.
We even took out renamed the team which was working on innovation. We
Hmm.
called it something else. So the thought process was no, if there's a team called innovation, then probably others would think that that's their task, their activity, not ours. So uh, the whole transformation, I think, happened when we spread out innovation. We kind of pushed it to the teams. We made their individual BU responsibilities. I think that is one thing important. What kind of the output of that kind of surprise through all these small stories which came during the last few months.
Right.
So well, that's where we are. We now I stand corrected.
Okay, great. So in that sense, it was a wake-up call for you, like a lot of organizations. But I think what what we're really interested to know is, even from an organizational perspective, were there specific measures or enablers that you sort of put in place in order to be able to sustain an innovation in a remote environment? And did you have to pivot a lot of what the organization was already giving, collaboration tools, for example? Or
Yeah.
I think when we were in discussion, the whole concept of training employees for empathy, towards colleagues as well as customers. Were certain things that you put in place or the organization at large put in place that sort of enabled this journey for you?
True. It did. It did. Two, three very important things which we focused on as soon as people were remote.
Yeah.
One, you brought about empathy. Important thing was to train. As I said, we believed that people need to be in office, and people were in office. We did not have a remote working policy. We were here and there allowing remote working, but there was no policy per se. It was important for our managers and the leads and the team members themselves to know how to work with each other when they are remote.
Right.
Not necessarily because we all know. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows about this. I mean, schools were not there, play schools were not there, the kids in the house, and not necessarily all our homes are having a kind of secluded area for work. So
Right.
we spent a lot of time in, and we continue to spend time on that, trying to educate everybody, saying that I mean, it's different. We need to empathize with our colleagues, and we need to look at things very differently. That's one part of it. Second part of it is uh, tools. What you talked about, collaboration tools. We had a good set of collaboration tools, but we still realized that probably were not adequate as much. Our this was between our corporate team and the India teams to work together to come up with secure system. Data security was another very important factor. They came up with very secure systems within the next 4 to 6 weeks. First four to 6 weeks,
Hmm.
where people could log into Azure cloud and then access their desktops, access to different servers in our office environment across the globe.
Sure.
So this happened pretty soon, and that first few weeks were a little bit of challenging for a few people. But
Mhm.
beyond that, I think it's worked well, and it's been working very well.
Okay, great, awesome. So specifically around the question of empathy, and what you sort of put in place. So were there training programs, sensitization? How did you sort of enable that amongst your employees?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So we had our again. That was again a challenge because most of
Right.
our trainings was in-house training. I mean, in the room in the classroom training, right?
Right.
So it was a real challenge. So we had to do all these trainings also either online or
Mhm.
through WebEx or different collaboration tools.
Right.
So initially we mandated these trainings. We said no, people have to attend. People, not everybody felt that that's an issue, or some people felt that okay, no, we can manage it, we will manage it. But we wanted to ensure that we mandate these trainings. We got hundreds and hundreds of employees going through these trainings across. This is done internal, external, We were the good part of it was even external training. The trainer could have been anywhere in India, so
Right.
that helped also because we could get some good trainers. We could talk to different partners, and we had a lot of options to take care of that. So that worked well because, and then we got a great feedback from employees once these trainings have completed.
Okay, great. So lots of, I think the very essence of the talk is what you mentioned, right? In terms of democratizing innovation so that it becomes every single employee's CRA almost.
Yeah.
But just from the perspective of now looking forward, I mean, we're all in this for a while now. Everyone's talking about how work from home is going to become the new normal. Therefore, sustaining innovation is going to be a key way to, keep your employees engaged and continue to innovate in the new environment. What opportunities do you see coming forward for not just GCOs, but really the technology ecosystem as a whole, startups, large technology majors that are Indian? And then I'll maybe jump to an audience question after this.
Sure. The most important thing, see, I've given specific example about how we came up with a completely new couple of new products actually, which just to give you an example of it's a little funny, but still we are a gaming company. We give softwares to casinos.
Right.
Now the casinos opened when the US states gave permission to open casinos. They obviously gave some social distancing norms.
Sure.
So what we had to do was, it's very difficult to manually social distance when somebody's playing. These games are very close to each other. So we came up with a solution where if somebody goes and sits on a game,
Yeah.
the next two games automatically get disabled. So even if somebody wants to play, they cannot. So that that's been very very popular right now. Every customers have been liking the solution because that solves a lot of manual intervention which they have to do. Now coming back to your question. So like these, our customers will be different post COVID. I think it's a great opportunity for all of us to look at what different solutions we need to come up with for our own customers, because I believe that our customers will not be the same even once the vaccine is there and once things get normal.
Yeah.
The customers will look at things very differently beyond post-COVID. So one is a great opportunity to come up with new products, and that's what we have been encouraging our colleagues to do it here. That's one such one of the things. Secondly, again, we all know that we will never. Most companies will never be 100% in office going forward,
Sure.
and so remote working is going to stay here, and it's for all of us to take advantage. Be it a startup, be it a GCOE or any organization, it's for us to take advantage of that and make sure how it benefits us, be it either through cost or collaboration, innovation, different aspects. But it's for us to see how it benefits. So these are the great these are the things which we see we need to really exploit right now.
Okay, great. I think I'll just quickly take an audience question. Someone from the audience has asked, what are a few essential caveats of an ideal innovation culture in a GCO? Just to paraphrase, what are the essential pillars of an ideal innovation culture? And do you have any tips or tricks for senior leadership being able to inculcate this within an organization? So how can they
Yes.
inculcate this?
True. Kind of will elaborate what I said. It really helped for us to put innovation into each of the teams.
Yeah.
Make them their responsibilities. Look at their KPIs is what I would suggest. Make it as part of their day-to-day job. And I believe do not put too much of process around innovation. Just make it free flowing. Give them the tools people, and all the skills which is required, and just but make it part of their work.
Sure.
We saw a lot of new and creative things across teams, which once we figured out one team was done doing something very creatively, we could easily send it across in you replicate it across different teams.
Mhm.
You replicate it across
Sure. Great. I think the thing that I would probably want to stress on, as a result of these opportunities, what are the 2-3 action items or key takeaways that you believe organizations need to walk away with at the end of crisis like this? So is there something that they can do to leverage it and almost work it to their advantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I've repeated some of the points, but I'll tell you just to summarize. These are probably 3 things which all organizations should look at.
Yeah.
One, innovation, democratize, spread it across the teams. Don't put too much of the processes around it, and try to make sure it becomes a part of every team's DNA. They should always be sensitive towards looking at how to improve, what new things to come up with. Look at your collaboration platforms right now. As I said, importantly, we will 100% work from office. Will be the chances of that is very low going forward. So look at the entire collaboration platforms, because that plays a huge part in innovation, because people are used to standing. Writing on the board and discussing in person. Now that thing has to be covered by some good collaboration platforms which are available around. Third and last thing, again, I've said strategy, process, tools are all good, but at end of the day, it comes to people. So please look at what we talked about empathy. Please look at how to educate or how to train one another to understand that this is a new environment. This is a completely new environment, new way of working. How to foster innovation at the end of the day, it depends on the people. How people work well with each other in this new environment. Those would probably be the 3 things which I would emphasize on.
Great. And all of these, of course, need to be in place even once we're past the worst of the lockdown and really become long-term for the organization, I'm sure.
That is right.
Okay, great. I think we're actually over time, but thank you so much, Girish, for taking the time out. I think you summarized it perfectly in that innovation needs to become every employee's KRA. I think you need to build a culture of empathy within the organization, which is going to be most critical, not just internal looking, but also external facing, right? So thank you so much for taking the time out and enjoy the rest.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ram Rangarajan, head of Striker Global Technology Center in India. We did 2 projects in response to the COVID situation. First is a medical bed to aid with the unprecedented high demand to move and position patients efficiently. The second is a face shield to protect users against splashes. Both are being developed meeting the highest quality standards in record time of 2 weeks. We did not have much of a manufacturing footprint in India when we started, but the team rallied and successfully delivered these high-quality products to our customers. These are great examples of how our world-class talent and ecosystem staying resilient and responding to the needed hour. Take care and stay safe.
It is gospel truth that transformation within and for an organization is inevitable. And some organizations look at an investment in innovation as opposed to an opportunity. What creates this polarity in mindset? In our next riveting keynote, we bring to you a leader who has enabled an organization to keep an eye out for future signals, embrace change, respond quickly, mitigate risk effectively, and maximize the potential of their organization using internal innovation as tools. I would like to invite Ratnaprabha Manikavachaka, Managing Director, Head of Innovation and Digital Transformation, Societe Generale, Global Solutions Center. Over to you, Prabha.
Thank you, Gautam. Good evening to one and all. So my name is Ratna Prabha. I represent Societe Generale today to talk about our innovation journey. So we believe that every innovation has a story, irrespective of whether it is considered successful or not. So we'll talk about one such story right now. Al-Hafid was a wealthy man who owned a large farm in South Central India. He lived a very contented life until an ancient Buddhist priest told him of the existence of diamonds. He became so obsessed with the idea of becoming incredibly wealthy by finding these precious gemstones that he sold his farm and traveled the world in search of these diamonds until he spent all his money. Despondent and penniless, he drowned himself. The story doesn't finish here. Back at Al-Hafid's property, meanwhile, the new owner took his camel to give him a drink of water at the garden brook. While the camel was drinking water, the owner noticed a brightly colored rock glinting in the water. He took it home and placed it on the fireplace mantle. A few days later, the old Buddhist priest returned to the property. Seeing the colorful rock on the fireplace mantle, he recognized it as a large diamond in the rough. Thus was discovered the diamond mines of Golconda, one of the most magnificent diamond mines in all the history of mankind. Golconda diamonds are very well known today as the highest quality gemstones. In fact, if some of you know about the Hope diamond, it is supposed to be from this particular Golconda mine. What should the wealthy farmer have done instead of selling everything and traveling the world in search of diamonds? For starters, he should have invested time and effort to learn what diamonds look like in its native form. He should have also learned what types of geological formations they're typically found in. These two steps would have definitely vastly increased his odds of finding his fortune. The moral of the story is extremely simple. You don't need to look elsewhere for opportunities, achievements, or fortunes. They usually are found in your present circumstances. Problems usually always contain within them the seeds of opportunity. When diamonds are pulled out of the ground, they come disguised as rough-hewn, colorful rocks. It takes a very trained eye to recognize them in the same way. Opportunities come disguised as problems or challenges to be overcome. The average person sees only the problem and quickly learns to even live with them. But small handful of entrepreneurial skilled people push on through these challenges and capitalize upon the opportunities that they contain. Innovation is all about solving the problem at hand. The best starting point for innovation is to ask powerful, provocative questions. What if? Why not? Innovative leaders question the world, literally, constantly, provoking others to think differently, openly. But it all starts with asking the right question. Innovation is definitely not being efficient. It is a trial and error experimentation. It is about supporting people who are passionate, who passionately believe in changing the way we do things. They're desperate to change it. They fail and will fix it since they have the passion to do it. Innovation is nothing but application of technology, of the know-how to solve a problem. At SocGen in 2016, a few years ago, we were wondering why is it that small companies who are under-resourced have bright ideas and are extremely innovative. It was inspiring for us to really dive into that problem, and that began our first journey on our open innovation. We learned from them specifically what inspired us is their ability to change direction. Innovators are rarely stuck in their path. They are willing to change and then change again. Today's successful product is probably tomorrow's failure. We learned a very important lesson. If you see an opportunity, follow it. If you don't see one, create it. So with that, we start our presentation specifically on our journey. So the Innovation Hub in Romania and India, which I head today, is strategically aligned to the innovation agenda of SocGen. So we remain a shared service center, but represent the innovation pillars that are important to our entire group. And we form one of the core value elements today, and we follow it very closely. Specifically, we have followed a model apart from the investment that we put in the beginning of the year. We are mostly a self-funded team with over 60 experts who are in the Innovation Hub, but specifically we also work with over 150 people virtually from all the teams who contribute and perform these innovation actions with their own teams. We've been practicing open innovation through our Catalyst Accelerator program. We're running the 7th edition now. I'm just representing a few important milestones here, and we also have our own entrepreneurship model that we have practiced. I will come to it in the next slide, which we call as our own internal startups. Primarily, to summarize, our entire setup, we are a very well-recognized ecosystem of Center of Excellences, COEs, within the Societe Generale Group. All these COEs, some of them are global, which means that the global head of the COE sits in the offshore center and is able to manage teams globally, as well as there are teams that we are locally managing on. Some of these are quite recognized: the Design Center of Excellence, Artificial Intelligence, Products Division, Blockchain teams, Augmented Reality teams, Cybersecurity teams, Smart Automation and Data. These are not entirely present in the Innovation Hub, but they are the COEs that belong to the offshore and nearshore teams. Moving on, I will quickly cover what we have primarily accomplished in some of these COEs to give you a sense of the kind of work that we have done in the last 4.5 years. So the Artificial Intelligence Hub primarily is a product division where we take up a problem. I'm just going to give an example. For example, the KYC, the Know Your Customer remediation problem, or a problem of figuring out document inconsistencies, or a complete text extraction or text extraction from documents as a platform. We also invited several startups such as Stride to do document recognition in the beginning, and we've continued to work with them in production. We have our own employee onboarding platform, etc. And we have the of course, I don't expect you to remember these names, but these are all our global platforms today. They are in production and they're producing tremendous efficiency for our group. So basically, these products are reusable, are applicable to several other scenarios, such as what I mentioned. But what we do for the KYC document recognition, we're able to do it for loan document verification, as an example. On the emerging tech pillar, we have our own products on augmented reality. We have participated several global consortiums on blockchain, where we have been the development partner or the review and technology partner of the consortium, which are in production today. And then we have done several experiments on IoT and homomorphic encryption. And now we are into low-code apps. So this division is a secondary research and product development division. Internal startups, we have several models in which we have incubated our internal startups. Some of them have been spun off, and some of them have been absorbed by the business lines as projects for 3 to 5 years. And it's very important to notice here that our internal startups have been completely incubated, accelerated from our offshore entity, which are now global in nature. Our Catalyst Accelerator program has a research element to it, where we have tied up with IISc Bangalore and IIT Madras, where we are conducting primary research. And then we also have our Catalyst division conducting live POCs and MVP experiments with startups whom we have onboarded, more than about 80 to 90 of them in the past. Our consulting and design center of excellences are doing end-to-end consulting design. They have their own offering, and it's very interesting to see how these divisions have really integrated and collaborated with all our other divisions to be able to start any project or a consulting assignment and be able to finish it with a transformation. The digital transformation division has its own physical hub, frameworks, methodologies, and in a nutshell, we have over, we've consolidated it here, but we have 7 hubs that interchangeably work with each other. And in summary, we have created an ecosystem of COEs and hubs that are able to take on any type of a business innovation problem and is able to not only provide a business case and a solution at the high level, but is also able to execute and implement the solution end to end for the group. I'm just going to summarize it again before we move on to discussing about the innovation barriers and risks. So in summary, we promote innovation, which means that we have our sales division as well embedded in our innovation division, in order to make sure that the value of innovation is promoted in all business lines and support lines. And as I mentioned now, the ecosystem comes together very well. All the 7 hubs work hand in hand, and we do create feature teams to face any type of business problems very efficiently too. And then we have balanced range of competencies across all of these divisions. As I said, the 60 plus experts are handpicked, well trained, and are deployed almost in the second week of hiring. We have a very good partnership with the businesses and center of excellences across the group as well, without which we will not be able to find our business problems and give solution and be able to make revenue for the products and services, because it's an inherent part of our model. Strategic mix of radical and incremental innovation is encouraged, because we don't expect every innovation to be extremely reusable or big in nature, but it's important that we are able to progress on it. We have models where we produce POCs and MVPs in just a few weeks, which is very important for us to differentiate our offerings, to be able to give reduced time to market, fail fast. And since it's a self-funded division, we're able to take those decisions very quickly. I've already spoken about the internal startups, and through our internal startups, we also work with the external industry, and that's very important for us to learn from the external industry, price our products appropriately for Societe Generale, and also be able to make sure that our use cases find new challenges and be able to fit into a variety of different business environments. That's very important for us. These are some of the barriers that, if not taken care of, can really become a barrier to innovation. So I'm just quickly going to scan through some of them, and happy to take questions at the end if you have questions on any of them. The mindset, and this is from our experience, mindset and attitude, especially of the innovation team, is extremely important, where we primarily we refuse to see the risks in the beginning, and that's the attitude we carry. And because we have the fail fast liberty, I think we are able to move through this challenge extremely well. And it's our job, responsibility to inculcate these behaviors within the organization. Today at SocGen, I'm able to proudly say that it's the businesses are equally equipped with this mindset and attitude, and that helps our progress on the innovation front and makes our life extremely easy. The commitment beyond the POC and MVP from the divisions is extremely important. There are, I would say, at least 60% of the areas where we stop at POC and MVPs, and that's okay as an organization, where we're not able to go through till deployment for good reasons. Innovation is good when you don't see the pressure of productivity gains, because then that brings in several angles of budget constraints, etc. But then it's inevitable, and as much as possible, we try to keep the pressure of productivity gains away from the innovative landscape. The leadership support at every level is very important for a successful innovative organization, which we can say today that it is available for us across SocGen. Budgets and targets have to be taken care of, and it's a very important element, especially for a self-funded organization. And we manage this at every level in terms of pricing our products to working with the budgets of various organizations, prioritization, and the whole gamut of all of that. Partnering on innovation with external parties and even within the organization with several COEs is a very important element, and this cannot be discounted because innovation cannot be performed only by innovation teams. So the partnership with the business lines, today we take it when we submit our KPIs to the organization. It is very important that we take care of, for example, process transformations or implementation of various products and even development and design of various products and services that are done within the business lines themselves. Ultimately, that is what the culture talks about. Everything is not to be done by the innovation team. We are here as a federated or a centralized or decentralized model as we speak in several organizations. It is our job to accelerate innovation, not to take over innovation. And that's exactly where the partnership governances are laid about. Mistrust and incomplete strategies in making smart partnerships have impacted us in the past, and we've learned a very good lessons, and this is something that we take care of, because building trust, sharing credibility, sharing credit, and having complete strategies with the management on innovation definitely leads to success. The last part of my presentation today, I will talk about potential risks, because a lot of innovation departments do not take off, probably because they think that the risks are too high to invest in innovation. And I would like to probably differ from that thought and beg to differ totally, because as an experienced organization, I think we have taken calculated risks, I would say, but risks have not been put up as a banner on our forehead to start with or any time in the journey. Overlapping services within the organization has been a challenge for us. For example, I will give you examples where IT is, our IT departments and most IT departments are facing the business. So when innovation departments also approach the businesses do get confused whom to talk to about the challenge or the problem. Should they talk to the IT department? Should they talk to innovation departments? And it's okay to talk to anybody if we have the right partnership with the IT departments, I would say, or go with the IT departments and face the businesses and give the liberty to the businesses to take their decisions along with us and stay as an advisor and a partner, truthfully. And that has helped us. For example, we used to take up a lot of ad hoc development on the various technologies that we focus on, and we've moved away from that model as a learning. I think 2 or 3 years ago. 3 years ago, where we have now set up product divisions. We act as a startup within SocGen. We are a product division, we are a service division, we are a design division. So we have practiced so many roles, and that comes easily to us to change where we see friction or resistance or issue. We are able to play a completely different role. And as I said in the beginning, we don't stick to our paths very strictly. We are capable of changing direction, and that's one of our USP. Spend on innovation always cannot be capitalized. Suppose, let's say I invest 200,000 euros on a specific product. Am I able to capitalize all the 200,000 from the same product in the same year? Maybe, may not be. And that should not bother us, because in the gamut of the large set of products and services we offer, there is a give and take, and we should be able to manage all those P&L and be able to move around our products and services in such a way that what we invest in today will reap us benefits tomorrow, and we should be able to explain and justify that to the organization. And niche skills that we take pride of, as I talked about, we have 60 plus resources that are extremely skilled in most of the important COE work that we do, are always not retainable. So our ability to upskill constantly and have backups, and also integrate with the BLs on the same skills to be able to take their resources to work on projects always gives us enough backup. Working with implementation teams doesn't let us take the load on production, for example, where if we suffer an attrition, immediately the business lines are able to take that load on our behalf. All this is a partnership and an understanding, and that is extremely important for us to keep that in mind. Inconsistent success and consistent failures. I think all of us know that this is constant. sometimes we have consistently failed in certain products, and sometimes the successes are not very consistent as well. And we have to bear with this, and it's not a terrible moment when we look at it. So in fact, offsites and seminars and re-strategizing happens every quarter in our division, and that's completely okay because we carry that mindset and we are ready to change course in a jiffy if required. Change in organization strategy, for example, the COVID times is now demonstrating more than any other times that changes in organization strategy is a must to follow closely, to adapt, and what is the benefit to the organization if we are not able to change course? Today, I think we are literally approaching all the businesses very frequently to understand what are the changes in the business strategy so that we could adopt, prioritize, and give them products and services that are, I mean, for example, digital channels, approaching our customers through various digital channels is an extreme requirement. So we are totally putting our focus into that in certain areas. That's a good example. Another example could be the loans, where we have to now provide, fast underwriting. We have to figure out our underwriting from several days to a few hours now. How do we do that extremely fast, and how can innovation do it fast, better, cheaper, and deliver it to the organization quite fast? So these are the areas how we really integrate innovation as part of the organization strategy, and thus, as we make the organization successful, we feel proud and successful as well. So thank you. That was my presentation, and I'm happy to take a few questions. Over to you, Gautam.
Hi, Prabha. So we have a question from the audience. What can innovation teams do better or differently to show business outcomes and business benefits?
Business outcomes are definitely a part of the business case that we prepare. We do not start any work without estimating, what are the investments we need to make the product or service successful, as the innovation successful, and what is the business outcome that can be expected, whether it is a soft outcome or a hard outcome. Let's say it's an experience-based outcome, which is not totally measurable, but then if it gives us repeat business and if it adds to certain other products, as an example, that would be a great business outcome in terms of customer retention. So the evaluation of the business outcome is not done at the end in an innovation journey. It is very important that business outcome is done at least 2 or 3 times in the innovation journey. Definitely at the beginning, once or twice in the middle of the innovation journey, and we have dropped projects in the past where the business outcome is no more relevant compared to the investment that we make in that particular innovation, and that is completely okay. And business outcome is extremely important KPI that determines literally the value. So what we call as revenue is what, in terms of what we earn for the effort that we have put, but the value is the complete business case. The value can run into millions, but the revenue can just be a few hundred euros, as an example. The business outcomes is a real value that the product or a service of innovation really delivers.
So thank you, Prabha, for answering the question and sharing your insights. It was great having you here to discuss the journey and share your knowledge with the audience. Thank you very much.
It is our stories and experiences which shape who we are, how our work enriches our own life as well as impact others and also encourages our passions beyond work. So at Sienna, we have numerous examples of our engineers going above and beyond the call of duty and supporting customers during this lockdown. Like some of our engineers traveling 10 hours a day over a long period of time to make sure we at home get uninterrupted connectivity. Same time, our R&D facility turning into a shield manufacturing unit for a certain period of time, and of course very generous CSR contribution from our employees, and the company matching 3x towards the right cause. And our pandemic benefits extending to support our employees manage their work from home experience. But I want to call out how, as a team across the globe, we united for a common cause to contribute to the environment. Sierra, as a team, has planted over 7,000 trees, creating 13.7 acres of new forest, which will capture over 32 tons of carbon dioxide, CO2, during this lockdown, which with the help of Tree Nations planting projects. So I must say, our people are important. Our success is rooted in people. As together, we can make a big difference. Thank you.
Corporate leaders are showing an increasing belief in the Indian startup ecosystem, with their increasing collaboration via open innovation programs, corporate accelerator programs, and corporate venture capital. Our next captivating chat hopes to answer the big questions around what organizations and leaders can do differently, tap into the ecosystem's potential. Joining us today are two leaders from very different organizations, one a large corporate, the other a decade-old startup. We'll be sharing the journey in overcoming the growing pains of setting up an open innovation program and what the best way forward is. I would like to welcome Dilip Mangsuli, CTO India HTC Wipro GE Healthcare, and Nitin Kamath, CEO Zerodha. The session chair is JC Vishwanath, Engagement Manager Zinnov. Over to you, JC.
Thank you, Gautam. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to our panelists, Dilip and Nitin. Welcome to Zinnov Confluence, the innovation track. We hope you had a lot of interesting and insightful sessions in the last 3 days, and keeping in line with our overall theme of anti-fragility and looking at the new normal post-COVID. We hope some of the insights that were shared were quite relevant and useful in these times. Just to set a little bit of context, what we find is that a lot of corporate leaders actually see a lot of value in startup collaborations, and they see that startups are continually able to innovate and provide key business solutions. In fact, we've seen a steady rise in the number of accelerators, incubators, corporate venture capitals, and all of those. But however, we still feel that there are a lot of organizations, both big and small, young and old, that are still dabbling with how to get it right in terms of working with startups, collaborating, reaching certain tangible outcomes. So with that context, over the next 20 minutes, I'll probably want to pick your brains on understanding how you went about your corporate startup corporate programs, and essentially what are the challenges you faced, what are the outcomes you arrived at, and potentially certain things that you could have done differently, so that all the different types of organizations that we have as part of the audience could learn from the same. So maybe I'll start off with you, Nitin. Been part of a startup yourself, you founded Zerodha about 10 years ago, and you constantly been innovating within the organization itself, right? In terms of the pricing business models, in terms of transparency that you brought in, a very lean product team with a very novel UI UX. So having done all of those things internally, what is the key driver or what is the trigger for you to very actively look at engaging with the ecosystems and startups in particular?
Yeah, thanks for getting me on this. So around 2014-15, we had spent 5 years of running the business, and we started feeling that while the business, Zerodha as a business, when we started, it was all meant for traders, right? It was, we were building a product for someone who had an intent to invest or trade in the market, or someone who had an intent to learn, right? So we had products around learning and around, execution. But then that's when we realized that audience is a really tiny audience in the country, So maybe 5 to 6 million people actively invest in the country right now per year, right? Which is like a 0.4% of the population. Right? And that was when we realized that if we have to grow, we have to grow the ecosystem, right? And it's not enough to just get someone on the platform. It has to be niche experiences that can get in. Now, we had an option, one, to kind of build all of these ideas ourselves, or go and partner startups and do it together. And we took the latter option because we knew that even the core business that we were going after, the ones where people wanted help in execution or education, was a big enough kind of audience. So yes, the trigger was that. The trigger was the realization that the markets in India are quite shallow, and to grow the market, we need to maybe have a Uber, WhatsApp kind of a moment, and we didn't really know what is the right kind of an idea. And so we said, let's start backing startups. So we called the initiative as Rain Matter. One of the enablers of the initiative was also this thing called Kite Connect APIs that we launched. We launched this in 2015 that allowed startups to come build on top of us. Right? So without those APIs, this initiative wouldn't have been of any use. So once we had these APIs that allowed a startup to kind of almost think of us as Android and think of all the startups as Play Store. Right? So we gave them, we just didn't give them APIs for execution. We gave APIs for onboarding, compliance. And in the business of money, the biggest challenge is people don't trust you very easily, right? I will spend 500 rupees on an e-commerce website, but I won't spend 500 rupees or I won't save 500 rupees on a random website. People want to know if, as soon as it's saving and investing, they want to know if the startup is going to survive. So what we did, when we invested with the startups is we also gave our brand along with it. So a lot of our customers who saw these products from the startups, they actually thought that this is from Zerodha itself. And which meant that we gave all of these startups that breathing space to onboard customers, try out the product, validate the product. So it's turned out quite well. We have invested in around 12 startups today, focusing on fintech and investing, and they're probably some of the coolest fintech investment startups in the country today.
Awesome. That's quite interesting because except probably in the SaaS world, we don't really hear too much of startups partnering with other startups, either directly or in terms of mentoring and stuff. Speaking of platforms, right? I want to bring in Dileep here. Dileep, Edison's been a very powerful platform and a tool that enables and empowers startups to build their solutions on. So what was the key driver? Like we heard Nitin's story, G is a behemoth, right? It's an elephant in the room. So what was the key driver in terms of having you have that conversation with the right people to get that started and running?
Well, I think I bring in a great point. Nitin talked some very interesting facts. For us in healthcare industry, if you think about it, and today probably everyone understands the importance and need of healthcare industry to succeed with lot more contribution from lots of areas. Today, a lot more than any other time. For us, I think the beginning of this was to really look at the possibilities of our customers who are looking for solutions, not just one, but multiple solution options. And what we have seen in last 3 years, the growth of healthcare startups globally has quadrupled or actually gone beyond that. In India itself, we have nearly 16% of the startups focusing on healthcare. Globally also, we have seen in various trade fairs and everywhere, you see startups coming with some of the amazing solutions. And what we started looking at is the need for about 5.8 billion people across the world is to have a solution which is affordable, accessible, and accurate. And today, startups are so much focused on these accuracy piece, lot more. I think because of their ability to innovate quickly, ability to be agile, ability to pivot quickly, they are able to deliver a lot of solutions on the accuracy piece. But when it comes to access, it becomes very challenging. And this is where the platform comes into picture. The platform that we created, not only for their interaction with us or working with us, gives them an opportunity to get mentored as well as make those solutions ready for global audience. It also gives them an entire customer base that we have today. We have more than 2 million devices in the field. And all these devices become a possible transporter of their solutions. And for us, the incentive was the opportunity we give our customers to use different solutions. Today, if I want to look at my mobile phone, an application on calculator itself, there will be 100 people who are provided, and one can choose. In healthcare, it is very difficult. It's very difficult to really choose the different applications once you are married to a particular brand.
Right.
Whereas we want to provide that through the platform, and the availability of the talent is so enormous. And use of this platform actually gives customers huge amount of choices. And that was our motivation.
Got it. So we've looked at the driver, the why part of the question. So let's kind of change tracks and quickly look at how you operationalize it, how you set it up, and how you scale it. What were probably the top 2 or 3 challenges that you saw and you were potentially able to overcome to get it up and running? Maybe I'll start with Dilip on this one. If you could just talk about some of those and maybe in hindsight things that you could have done differently or certain interventions you could have had.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it, elephant, right? You named a large corporation as an elephant, and it's truly so.
Yeah.
Like an elephant, the momentum that organizations have, if they are stationary, they remain stationary. If they are moving, they start moving. But I think making them move is a big challenge. And I think our biggest challenge when we started talking about this ecosystem using open innovation, bringing in external talent to develop solutions and making that as a part of our own suite of solutions. Convincing people internally was the first big challenge. The peers, the leadership.
Right.
What's going to be the outcome for it? What's the business model that you bring in?
Right.
And how is this going to play in the long run? I think it's a lot of communication, a lot of convincing, a lot of scenario planning with a lot of leadership. The second challenge was in terms of getting the next level to get convinced that they should be willing to work with startups. We have people who have spent their lifetime in healthcare, who are known as the gurus in healthcare. And for them to really open up and start sharing their knowledge, the mentorship with the external talent is something that we need to really create a new ecosystem there. The third challenge was, when you open these kind of opportunities for startups to come and collaborate with us, the fear in startups about, how can I work with a company which is working on same technologies? I mean, am I having any challenge in terms of my technology being used by a large company, or is there any fear? Am I going to be in any kind of IP issues? The fear, the apprehension, I think that you have to break. And this requires a lot of leadership communication, a constant, bringing in a comfort factor for the startups and bringing in a comfort factor for the organization that, look, this is the way forward. The third, for these organizations to be successful in driving these kind of solutions, you need to create a very good structure, organization structure, which is going to support the vision of the organization. You need to have the leadership structure that is created, which is dedicatedly running these programs, providing a constant support to these startups. Because look, these startups are like deer. They run fast. Their agility, their ability to really move in different directions is so good. And like you said, we are elephant. And now combining elephant and deer and making them run in one direction and have the same pace is going to be a very different thing. So we had to do a lot of things to really overcome these challenges. And that really was a journey.
Right. So same question, Nitin. Probably a very different set of challenges to what Dilip must have faced. But would love to know your thoughts on what went right, what perhaps could have required some tailoring.
Actually, I mean, see, the thing is, I think we kind of got lucky that, so we're a bootstrap business. So I think one of the challenges for startups is to deploy your own capital into someone else, right? I mean, if you have taken external capital. So thankfully for us, I think, the fact that we were putting cash, which is generated by the business, meant that we didn't really have to go to a professional investor and get an approval before doing these investments. So I think the edge for us as a business is the agility, right? Like how Dilip was saying. So we are like the deer, which we take decision in 2 minutes. Right? Like there have been checks that we've cut. Like the guy walks in, it takes us 5 minutes to say, okay, dude, let's do this together, and we cut the check in. So I think that's what's worked very well for us, and that's the reason I think a lot of startups have come to us. I think the challenge for us has been, is that a lot of these startups, sometimes might feel that what if, Zerodha ends up doing the same thing, right? As in just to, I think just to make sure that the startup knows that this is not something that we're going after. This is something that we're going after by partnering you, the startup. Convincing that is the big challenge, because otherwise, in today's world, all of these things are, we could potentially just go after each and every opportunity ourselves, right? And so convincing the startup has actually had been the biggest challenge for us. But then, after first 4 or 5 investments, people have seen how we operate, which is, we are kind of going after a different market altogether, and the startups are going after a different market altogether. So that way, now it's quite straightforward, So, but this, I think, in this 10 years of building this business, I've had the most excitement partnering with these startups and building these products together.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So just shifting gears a little bit and moving to how you were measuring outcomes, or in a way measuring the efficacy of what you were doing, and just to ensure that you're going on the right track, or if all the metrics or all the North Stars are looking good. From that standpoint, how did you measure it? Because a lot of it was novel, a lot of it was not very readily available playbooks. Figure it out as you move. So maybe if I know there's already one cohort that's out and the second cohort's probably in progress. So is there any strategy around how you looked at outcomes and kind of very solidified that before you kind of went back and worked from there?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. I think when we started working on this, one of the things that we knew, the first cohort will be the most difficult one. Because we're entering a zone where, for startups as well as for us, it's going to be new, and it's an arranged marriage that needs to work. And the success of that, we decided that, look, I think we definitely will know there will be some failures. We were not expecting that every startup will end up delivering something that's going to be impactfully market solution. We were looking at a solution that could really give us at least 50% will be able to deliver that. And what we did during the time was, I think we put together a few external support factors as well. External mentors, one for mentoring the startups as well as mentoring our own teams. Because look, it's not the external, it's not that the startups only need mentorship, even our teams need mentorship when they're working on that. So we created that support structure to make sure people are getting that support. And on the success itself, what we put our goals was, when you get these startups to, we picked up the startups from 230 plus startups who applied. We picked up the ones who were very close to really achieving some kind of a success in their own way. Now, how do you convert that into a global possibility? Because what is needed in India is not the same thing that can work in the rest of the world. So we picked up something which is easily moldable, easily changeable, easily modifiable to the next level of finish. And that's what we picked up. And we were really pretty glad to see how the startups really worked with us. Initial few months was a challenge for us to work together, figuring out, what's a mode of operation that's going to be a most efficient one. But by the end, we got into a arrangement which was working perfect, and we got a few solutions that were implemented together on the platform, and that we are glad to see that it will become now the impactful solution for a lot of customers. So we never looked at 100% success. We looked at even 30% success is a great success. Because if you want to enter open innovation zone or any innovation zone, the first thing we need to be ready to do is to accept a possible failure and plan that. And then any success that comes is a bonus.
Yeah. I think that's a good term that you mentioned, right? One is how you look at ones that are close to what you want, and essentially look at, in a way, a very brutal internal Shark Tank kind of a setup to do that initial screening, because identification of right startups is probably one of the most important things for you to build those platforms and do the right kind of mentorship. So Nitin, just bringing you in here a little bit. We spoke about outcomes. You mentioned that it was more opportunistic. It was more, in a way, you wanted to partner with startups to work on solutions that you anyway had wanted, and there were internal use cases within Zerodha that you had. But now that you have 12 startups on board, has there been a slight change in strategy in terms of looking at specific outcomes outside of potentially what could directly benefit Zerodha as well?
Yeah. No, I mean, so the thing is, the outcome for us has been the product. I mean, we have not really looked at outcome in terms of revenues or users and etc. Right. So the outcome for us has been, we start on day one with an idea to build a next product with which does YZ kind of things, right? And for us, outcome has been build the product out, and we've been again, I think, I don't know if too many businesses have been in a lucky spot like us. So we had this whole rush of users over the last 2-3 years. So so user acquisition for that particular product was also quite easy. So today, for us, the benefit for us today is that we are that platform where our customers get access to all of these products at one place, right? So that has become that's been the benefit for the business as such. Right. So we haven't really looked at outcome in terms of just user acquisition and things like that. For us, it's been more build the right product and users will automatically follow, either directly to that startup or they will indirectly come through us. So that's how we've been looking at this.
Got it. So I think some great insights and learnings, gentlemen. I think we're running a little short of time. We have a whole bunch of questions. We'll probably, if you guys are okay with it, we'll pass it on to you offline and perhaps get some answers from you and share it with the audience. But just in summary, I think what we're trying to have the audience take away from this is startup collaborations do not need to be the imperative of only the larger organizations. There are larger organizations, smaller organizations, young ones, old ones. All of these type of organizations could look strategically at startup collaborations from an ecosystem standpoint as well as an internal solutioning standpoint, and therefore would probably be closely tied to your organizational strategy itself in a way. So thanks a lot. Enjoy the rest of the sessions. Over to you, Gautam.
Thank you.
At ServiceNow, our mission is to make the world of work better for people. In March, in the early stages of COVID-19 pandemic, we announced 4 no-charge community apps for our customers to manage their emergency response workflows. As we continue to navigate the complexities of COVID-19, planning and executing a safe return to workplace is of critical importance to our customers. In the time of their need, we introduced Safe Workplace product suite. This product suite covers the entire life cycle of safe return to work. It is designed to support a thoughtful, people-focused, and safe return to workplace. This shows our commitment to meet our customers where they are. It also demonstrates our agility and customer focus in converting every challenge into an opportunity for innovation.
societies face an extremely complex problem, and our innovation systems are not yet able to sufficiently provide for them. We have an interesting Z Talk coming up, lined up to share great learnings for all innovators on the ground realities and practicalities of how to develop and launch innovation. Our Z Talk speaker for today is Dr. Jagdish Chaturvedi. He's an ENT surgeon and a medical device inventor. He will bring to us experiences, anecdotes, insights, failures while inventing and commercializing medical devices. Over to you, Dr. Jagdish.
All right, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Very good evening, and thank you for being here. Today, I am going to talk about my personal journey as a doctor. How did I get into inventing medical devices? And that is in line with the overall subject today on innovations. But I would like to do this a little differently. I have a slide deck over here, but I hope to run through that just to give you a background context. But I would like to interact more and get your questions. I have the YouTube, comment section right in front of me. So what I would encourage is, as I'm going through my slides, it would be great if you could ask your questions so that I can address them towards the second half of the talk. And I think that's value for me, because there's a lot you can understand about the ecosystem from the kind of questions that are posed to you. 12 years ago, when I started inventing devices, I had very different questions, and I'm seeing a lot of variety of questions now, and that teaches me about how well the ecosystem is developing. So I like to keep it interactive, and I hope I run through these slides in the next few minutes. This presentation is available on YouTube as well, in a more humorous and comedy manner, given I'm a stand-up comedian. But today, in the interest of time, I'm going to be quite straightforward. So apologies for anyone who are expecting some jokes, okay? So my name is Dr. Jagdish Chaturvedi. I'm an ENT surgeon, and about, say, 17 years ago or 18 years ago, is when I started doing my MBBS. And when I finished my, MBBS training, which is from a small town called Tumkur in Karnataka, this is how my outpatient department looked like. And this is not even close to what I expected it to be. I thought it would be one patient at a time and I'll get enough time, but there were at least 100 or 150 patients at every given point of time, and really put me under a lot of pressure and challenge. And I could, on an average, spend maybe a minute or half a minute with each patient. And I used to think, why is it like this? We have one doctor for 1,700 people as per WHO. But then I realized most of these doctors are either in cities or they've gone abroad. But when you go slightly rural in different parts of India, this is a very common scenario of a lot of patients trying to get care. And this is where a lot of gaps are there. This is where a lot of standards are not met and quality of healthcare falls. Similarly, when I went into doing ENT from a premier hospital in Bangalore, in addition to these kind of volumes of cases that come in large hospitals, there is in addition, surgical rounds and, journal clubs and, research and presentations. That adds a lot more of stress. And the more you do things, the more gaps you find out. And I found so many gaps that I wanted to solve, but I couldn't solve. Until one day, I was going for a rural posting, where we go to a small town outside Bangalore to screen patients. And I was personally very bad at examining the throat using the laryngeal mirror. So we still use a thin, long probe. It's a mirror. We put it at the back of the throat. We shine a light onto it. And at that same time, we have to, the patient's breathing and it's fogging, and it's extremely difficult to see the vocal cords. And I think it's easier to see the moon on Karwa Chauth than to identify that during that, all reflection and all of that. And I was really bad at it. And I felt I was missing out on the diagnosis of many throat cancer patients. And that, I felt disturbed with. And I did something that most people would not do, is I went and approached my boss one day, who was sitting at the hospital at the end of the OPD. His name is Dr. Ravi Nair. I also think I see him in the comment section. I don't know if it's the same Dr. Ravi Nair, but if that's you, sir, good evening. Long time, I still need to catch up. But, he was my head of department. And I went to him saying that, sir, in our hospital, when somebody comes with a throat lesion, we use this 3-chip camera, flat screen TV, and an endoscopy system, and to see the vocal cords in such a magnified view that you can pick early lesions. But many times patients come here so late that you can see the disease from outside. But where we need this kind of precision, where we need this kind of magnification, we are using age-old mirrors, which people like me struggle to use and are not able to catch up to it. And what we end up doing is we end up missing out the diagnosis. And that's when I think Dr. Ravi Nair, he pointed the fact that, I shouldn't be just barking about the problem. I should be doing something about it. And that's when I thought, maybe I should, do something about it. And being a medical student with a very small salary, we are blessed with Indian parents. So I told them that I have a project, and I managed to borrow 50,000 rupees from my father. And I had an idea at that point of time, and I jumped into the idea space because I felt that we already have endoscopes, but it is tied to a large system. It's an expensive system of a light source, of a screen, and all of that. So I thought, why not take a camera instead and replace it with this large device, a large setup, and try to connect the endoscope to a digital camera and try to take the light source from the camera. And I got an engineer to make a prototype, and I was amazed that I could finally see what the vocal cords look like, and I was also able to show the patients that this is the kind of disease you're having. And they were, and the compliance that I started seeing after that was remarkable, because now patients usually don't believe in what a doctor is saying. They know these are young doctors, not experienced. But when I show them a video of this is a lesion, they can see that. They can see something red and angry, or they can see something white and strange. And now they know what to follow up with. So immediately we saw compliance, that people stopped smoking, following up more religiously, and started asking for the video examination. And I was very happy, and went back to my boss and said, look, I'm onto something. And he was happy. But he said that, if you leave it like this and do not take this all the way to the market, then that's going to be a bigger crime. And then through his guidance, I formed a company, which nobody does during their training years. But I felt that we needed to take this ahead. It was the worst decision of my life, because as a doctor, we are never trained on how to invent or how to take a product, and we're just running from one place to the other. First, we went to a design shop. However good they are, they were very expensive. And for a doctor who earns 9,000 rupees a month, to pay 6 lakh rupees for a design was a whole different level of understanding of the industry. And then, paying for the engineering, mechanical design, and all of that. There's only so much I could afford. We struggled. My sister-in-law formed the company with me. Her husband was a business person. We took it to somewhat a refined prototype. And when we ran out of funds, I went back to Dr. Ravi Nair and said, this is what I can do. And then he gave the suggestion that, if we doctors don't know how to invent, maybe we should learn how to invent. And he suggested I should look for courses and programs, that could teach. And luckily at that point of time, there was this program called Stanford India Biodesign. But before that, what I did is, I got selected into the program. But before that, I sold the license of my device, to the, design firm. And they took it, and I went over to Stanford University, where they run this program called Biodesign. Biodesign is one of the processes that has been leading for the development of medical devices in the Bay Area, which we in India import 75% of these devices at exorbitant prices. When I went to Stanford University through this program with a designer, engineer, and a scientist, there are a few learnings that I had, and which I would like to share with regards to innovations. Is in the biodesign process, the few things that I learned is a cross-disciplinary team works on an idea or an innovation. It's not one person's idea and then you try to build a team around it. Those seldom succeed. I'm not saying they don't, but there's a lot of struggle, because if it's your idea, automatically you have the first step, and then other people have to work on your idea, and they don't have the same level of passion or interest. What we learned in the biodesign process is you first create a team of an engineer, designer, doctor, so that all the cross-disciplinary expertises are met. And then you identify the idea together by spending 2 or 3 months in the hospital observing. Now, medical field is such that we deal with problems all the time. So when you ask a doctor what the problems he faces, he is likely to say that I'm not finding parking in the hospital, because problems for the doctor is not cases. Problems for the doctor is generally logistic and operational. Because if we don't have problems, we don't have a field. So if patients come, each patient comes with a disease, they come with an abnormality. It's our job to treat them. That's normal for us to treat them, to find gaps. So it's very hard when you go with this interview-based approach. Tell us your gaps, what can we solve? It's very unlikely that they're going to say, when I use this surgical step, the artery folds. They're not going to get to that level of detail. At the most, they will say, our ECG device is not working. Please take a look at it. And that's why this observation approach that too with an engineer, designer, and scientist, bridges the gap of the knowledge about the field, about the expertise, and you start picking up gaps because you start seeing deaths, you start seeing mortality, excessive ICU stays, blood loss, and we start documenting them and figure out a scientific way to identify what's an unmet need worth solving. And once I understood that, create a team first, send them to the hospital space, observe, identify problems, and take a problem-based approach to solve. We came back to India, ran the program, and started developing numerous devices. The same device that I developed first, the ENT device, was licensed out to a company called Medtronic. And today it's called Shruti I Hear, and it has screened over 700,000 patients, and health workers use it. Similarly, we devised many devices, such as a liver biopsy device called Bioscope that you can see on the screen. Parasafe is an abdominal paracentesis device. We started teaching the program because the government funded us exorbitantly, and we wanted to teach this to more people. So we developed more devices through those, and they all started getting licensed out. But none of them were developed end to end, and that's why I exited from the program, came back to Bangalore, and was one of the founders of this company called Inaxcel, in where we started following the same biodesign principles, creating teams of engineers, designers, and doctors, and developing devices. All the 4 device images that you see there, Sinocare, which is a balloon sinoplasty device, Nozino is a nasal foreign body removal device, VapCare is a device that reduces ventilator-associated pneumonia, and SARS is a mechanical CPAP for infants during transportation when they have lung diseases. They're all commercial today in a span of 2 to 2.5 years, because we've learned the entire ecosystem and the process of how to develop it. And then we started running fellowship programs to teach this. I run an online course now. If you're interested, I can talk to you offline. But we started teaching the biodesign process, and they started refining it to make it specific for our Indian setting. And eventually, Dr. Ravi Nair also said that, you should write this into a book. And I said, all I have is failures, because we hadn't really, how do you define success in medical devices, right? When it commercializes, when it creates impact. But he said something important, which I quote, is like, don't wait for successes to come to wait to write a book, because by the time you might get successful and write it, it may not even be relevant for that point of time. And you might just leave people inspired, but they may not be able to take any practical steps. So write about your failures. And I wrote about my failures called Inventing Medical Devices, a perspective from India. I realized people love to read about failures. They spend a lot of money to know about mistakes other people make. They feel good about themselves. The failure is a very good business model. If you fail, you can earn a lot of money like me. And so then I wrote this book, but I didn't write it with a lot of interest because it was a book on failures. I didn't think people would read it, but this ended up being the bestseller in medical devices in India, because there was no other book on inventing medical devices. And I started getting a lot of calls where people were saying, Jagdish, there are a lot of spelling mistakes in the book. It's not formatted properly. And then I realized, okay, people are reading it. So I republished it. And this is a photograph of me with Dr. Ravi Nair presenting the book to him. And that's kind of my journey of how I got into inventions. But most importantly, without having to leave my clinical practice, I'm a nose and sinus surgeon at Fortis Hospital, and I've continued to practice. This is a narcissistic image of me with the products that reach to the market. I've been involved with about 18 medical devices. About 9 have commercialized, and I have a 50% failure rate, which is considered quite good in the medical devices space. And while performing surgery, this is me using one of my own inventions, which is probably the proudest moment for any innovator, to identify a gap and develop a technology to use it. But life is stressful while inventing and being a doctor. So I'm also a stand-up comedian, and you can check out my videos on YouTube. Or you may have seen me on WhatsApp as the Corona guy, the doctor who sits in the car and talks like a disease. That is me. If you want a more entertaining version of this story, we have released a web series called Starting Troubles, which talks about how the principles of inventions can be implemented by doctors. Happy to announce this is on Prime Video, Amazon Prime, but only in UK and USA. Make in India is not appreciated by Amazon India. But this is out there. You can watch it. There are ways to watch it in India as well through a VPN shortcut. Right now, I've taken an exit from all my medical devices companies, and I am now providing services to other doctors and healthcare startups, because 12 years of inventing devices, we have partners all the way from idea to commercialization and scale. So I'm trying to help. HI is called Healthcare Innovations in Indian Healthcare. We wanted to call it HI, which is HI, but we didn't get the domain. So we kept adding I's and H's till we got a domain. And then we figured out an acronym for it called Healthcare and Innovations in Indian Healthcare. But long story short, what it does is it helps you find team members. A doctor can find an engineer, designer, scientist. That's a big roadblock to find a team first. And once you find a team, you're not going to magically develop devices. So we provide reasonably priced services and training and teaching to doctors and healthcare companies to take them all the way forward. So these are my contact details if you want any further questions or any further discussions. I'm going to now jump into looking at some questions on the YouTube page, and I'd like to answer them. So let me see, what do we have over here? Somebody is asking me, how is ENT field working and coping with COVID-19 scenario, which has mouth as the main spread vector? Okay, I think with ENT, our surgeries have taken a hit because this is a high viral load area, the nose and sinuses. But we are very active in emergencies, and we are active in propagating knowledge about COVID-19 and doing a lot of online consults, because I think majority of the mainstay of the management of COVID-19 is to stay at home and manage patients while they are at quarantine. But when they are not well and they require ventilator support, they need to be in the intensive care unit. So our role is largely in the initial stages, in the diagnosis and the management at home. So another question is, Jagdish, I've seen you as a comedian. When you did stand-up comedy for ServiceNow? Thank you. My question is around regulatory processes, especially approvals for devices. Well, yeah. So regulatory has always been a challenge for medical devices in India, but now we have the new regulations. They haven't been enforced yet. We have, I think, about 25 devices that are listed by the CDSCO to be regulated in India. They're largely catheters, implants, monitoring devices, and these devices need to go through the CDSCO process and the Drug Controller General of India's approval before you can market and sell in India. And I think they're going to be implemented. Some are going to be effective from the January 2021, and the remaining from April 2021. As of now, most of the devices that would fall under, regulatory exempt or a class 1 CE can still be marketed and commercialized. But what we try to do in our inventions is that we always try to get at least one international certification, because we follow very rigorous documentation process, risk analysis. And I think documentation is the most important thing that early stage startups fail to do. But documenting how you found the need all the way to how you found the solution and how you develop the proof of concept, prototyped it in testing, really strengthens your possibility of getting a CE approval, CE marking, which is a European conformity for regulations. And then when you do your clinical testing and other equivalent studies, the safety studies and feasibility studies, many times they're not required. You just have to prove equivalence with existing technologies. But if you're a novel device that does not exist, you may have to do some of these studies. And that's where it takes time. But it's always good to follow those documentations and processes, adhere to ISO standards that are applicable. For medical devices, it is ISO 13485, and different domains of these devices may have other ISOs and testing protocols. And with that, we can commercialize and launch. All right, so some good compliments over here. All right, thank you. Find the team first before seeing finding my ticket. Okay, let me see. Could you touch upon the services that you offer through High Platform to the doctors, and what do you feel about the growing market of teleconsultation in healthcare? I would like to talk about High offline, but briefly, I think we provide services anything from identifying the need, validating the need, getting clinical access to the team, doing the clinical testing, prototyping, product development, engineering, then also marketing, branding, sales to both government and non-government platforms. But I'm happy to talk more offline, or our website, www.high.in, has those details. Teleconsultation, I think, is growing because teleconsultation was really struggling. It was almost considered illegal, and I think it was defined as illegal for a while. But due to the pandemic, teleconsultation becomes the only way for doctors to interact with patients and healthcare professionals to interact with patients. So I think there is going to be, the pandemic and its effects are here to stay for a couple of years at least as we improve. It's a complex disease and a complex treatment pathway. So teleconsultations are going to be there for a lot of the fields that you cannot go and see the patients directly. But it hits us surgeons because for surgeons, a lot of the things that we need to do are very, procedure oriented and surgery oriented. But a lot of the workup or the early assessment can be done fairly through teleconsultation, and then investigations such as CT scans and radiological investigations can balance for the lack of examination so that we do. But to answer your question, I think it is a growing market, and I think there is a lot of scope for AI, machine learning, also remote procedures and remote diagnosis. And that may be a good way to build a lot of data and intelligence into these systems. So I definitely think that there's a lot of scope of innovations and direct use there. I think I think I have another 2 minutes if I'm not wrong. We'll take one more question. All right. So I'll take one last question and we'll wrap up. In a corporate environment, people are often unable to work on innovation projects because of job responsibilities. Any tips? If you're employed by an organization, it's very difficult to invent because technically whatever you do is owned by your primary organization. Second is you're paid and you have responsibilities, and it's very difficult to get flexibility of time. I took a decision very early on to move as a private consultant, not as an employee, but as a contract consultant. So I am not under any employee organization's contract. And I earn as much as I work. So that gives me a lot of flexibility on my time to focus on inventions, to focus on my practice, and at the same time to find time for stand-up comedy or authorship. But I think with that, I'm happy to take more questions offline. I think this has been, I know I've been rushing, but I wanted to cover as much as possible. So if I'm breathless, it is because of the speaking and not because of any other thing. So thank you very much, and I look forward to stay in touch with you offline. And stay healthy, stay safe. These are my contact details. Please feel free to reach out to me for any more information. And I thank you, and I sign out.
Hi, it's always exciting to share the inspiring stories of our associates that went beyond the call of the duty to become productive. Anil and Rakesh practically performed a circus feat, carrying along with them 3 desktops on a two-wheeler. Can you believe that? When Sri Kalyani learned about an ambulance leaving for the city, she managed to hop onto it. Lakshman managed to get police permission, drove 200 miles to the city on his two-wheeler. Abhishek, Surya, Maheshwara stayed put in the hostel to support business and survived with a single meal per day for at least 2 weeks. Manoranjan, Vishala, Pushpa, Ranga could not purchase a table and chair due to lockdown. They worked seated on the floor for more than a month. I salute them for being the source of strength and inspiration for Broadridge. Thank you.
Just a reminder for our audience, we have a live poll survey, which is for which link you will find in the YouTube channel. Please do participate. Moving on, the last segment, but not the least segment. The COVID-19 pandemic and the global lockdown have disrupted every industry sector. Companies will need to accelerate the differentiation of their offerings and transform the innovation models. For our next riveting keynote, I would like to invite Shamik Mishra, Vice President, Research and Innovation and Global Industries Chief Communications, Altran. The session will focus on 4 areas of business activity that will help companies recover quickly: customer, supply chain and operations, product development and innovation, sustainability and planet centricity. Over to you, Shamik.
Hey, thank you very much, and welcome to the presentation today. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this very exciting event. And yes, thanks for hanging around for the last speaker. Today, I will be speaking a bit about innovation, innovation in the sense that how innovation keeps the company forward looking. I mean, we all know what innovation is all about. But what we perhaps need to cover today is what does it mean to keep our innovation forward-looking in terms of transformation of technology, and how we can adapt to the changing scenarios that perhaps we are going through right now. Okay, so let's explore a bit here. So the COVID-19 pandemic, as you all know, have impacted nearly all sectors today. And it's perhaps a bit obvious that many sectors have seen their value getting eroded because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this particular McKinsey study indicates that several sectors would experience a significant erosion of their existing business. And this is not unexpected, right? And in some sectors, as you can see in this picture, roughly around 50% of their value or their incomes, their EBITDA, would get eroded in the next 10 years or so. The critical question is that how does an anti-fragile organization react to this? And over the past 3 days, we have seen many new ideas being discussed. We heard about new leadership model, about people centricism, about business model innovation, and even operational transformation. What I intend to cover today is the critical question that how do we need to transform innovation? I mean, of course, we all know innovation keeps us focused on the future. It's supposed to be the doorway towards the future, but does it really need transformation? I suppose so. I suppose so because innovation, like every other thing in our business, isn't static, and it will have to have an impact on the way we work. What we will discuss today is a bit of Altran's innovation model and how this is impacting the way we work, way we serve our clients, and how we deliver some of these commitments out of Altran India. So let's take some examples to begin with. Let's start, for example, with automotive. Now, what we have to look here is that many automotive sector has seen a huge impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the companies are digging into technologies and are trying to find models to tackle this change. And in fact, they're looking at other sectors for inspiration. And also they are trying to figure out how they can contribute to social sustenance. And in the case of automotive, the very interesting aspects have come out across the globe today. So with the number of COVID-19 cases rising, and there was a huge demand for ventilators, and the medical equipment industry just could not keep up. And automakers like Mercedes, including their racing division, believe it or not, started producing simpler ventilator models. General Motors was asked to produce ventilators under the Defense Production Act in concert with another ventilator company. And perhaps one of the most exciting example of innovation being driven out of one industry towards another was Tesla, who stepped in with a whole new design, using a lot of new technology and parts that went into making Tesla cars to design a ventilator. And these are some of exciting examples of how technology of one sector was able to help the other sector. Again, these are not inventions. These are innovations because you're basically using an invention used in a different sector to transform the industry or transform the technology of another industry. And there are more such examples. And one of the interesting examples that is there is in aerospace. And aerospace actually gives some very, very unique examples that we can think of. It is one of the hardest hit sectors, make no mistake. I mean, there's hardly any air travel today. So the aerospace sector seems to have got stuck in some kind of a paralysis when it comes to spend, particularly R&D spend. However, the technologies that drive drones, particularly the autonomous connectivity, and the autonomous nature of drones have helped the social sector to fight back the pandemic. And one of the greatest examples is an Indian startup, Marut Drones, who has helped disinfect 11 districts in Telangana using drones. And drones have been extensively used during this pandemic. It forced many to figure out how logistics and delivery industry can leverage drones. Drones has become a default way of providing contactless deliveries. May not be so much in India, but across the globe, we have seen drones being extensively used for contactless deliveries. The aerospace technologies have also leveraged technologies from other industries, for example, robotics, which is a very standard technology used in industrial manufacturing. And the aerospace industry have been using this to disinfect aircrafts, particularly UV disinfection, which was something nobody really knew that this was even possible. And suddenly this became a very important technology to leverage by the aviation sector. Then there are more. And perhaps one of the areas that I have been quite intimately associated with is communications. And in the communication sector, we have seen several startups have come up with developing digital health devices, which include the ability to monitor vital signs, personalized data, and predictive health models. It also provides patients with a lot of autonomy when it comes to hospitalization. So they can continue to sustain positive lifestyle behaviors and optimize their health, despite the fact that a lot of these technologies were not accessible prior to the pandemic. So many startups actually came up and scaled these innovations to an extent that the IoT platform, and IoT is a massively misused term, but the IoT platform, which enables wireless transmission of patients' vital signs, are now being used extensively. The data can be used as an input for AI-powered engines, which analyzes information, identifying perhaps signs of deterioration and enabling some kind of early intervention. And we will see some examples of how Altran has been leveraging this technology to develop transformative innovation for the healthcare sector. I will talk about that maybe in the later part of this presentation. Another aspect which the previous speaker has spoken about was about telemedicine. In certain cases, and we have a very good live example that we'll talk about later, is that how 5G, which is perhaps touted as the most reliable wireless connectivity of the future, has been able to connect doctors, remote doctors, with patients. And as we know in the pandemic scenarios, the number of doctors vis-a-vis the number of patients that needs medical care was absolutely lopsided. We had much lesser doctors than as compared to the patients. And telemedicine, in a way, has become a reality because it is able to provide it's able to leverage a reliable connectivity, usual wireless connectivity provided by any mobile network operator. And we'll talk about that as we move on as part of this presentation. Another and perhaps an example which is really cool, in my opinion, is in the manufacturing segment. And this is an interesting example. There's one of the world's largest online grocery retail companies, Ocado, in the United Kingdom, which approximately ships 2 million items every day to customers across the United Kingdom. Cambridge Consultants, an Altran company, worked with Ocado to transform the warehouse automation. And how did they do that? So basically, they introduced new wireless control systems, which enabled Ocado to control massive amounts of inventory, including thousands of crates containing millions of grocery items in real time and in parallel. This was a massive technology breakthrough. It enabled Ocado to control over 1,000 machines, communicating with them over 10 times a second in a warehouse bigger than an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And this did not use anything extraordinary. It used normal wireless technology connectivity like unlicensed 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi bands, for example, to coordinate massive amounts of fast-moving machines in a fraction of a second. This is an innovation, a typical example of an innovation, how connectivity and using it innovatively could change the way warehouse automation could be implemented for a very large-scale retailer. And that actually brings to us that these examples are great. I mean, there is a trend. We can see clearly a trend that technology transformation in certain industries have made a difference during the pandemic. But is that enough? Is that all that we can do really? I mean, COVID-19 has happened. It's here to stay, and it has disrupted significantly the way we work, the way we live, the way we go to work or don't go to work, or way we actually communicate between people. This decade and the past 1 decade has put in increasing pressure on the industry to think differently. Climate change was one. Social sustainability and social responsibility of companies was extremely important, and then came the pandemic. So if you look at the different variables that is determining how innovation would be done in a company, means that every company will have to think differently in terms of how they accept the scenarios, how they accept the current situation, and how they react out of it. And one key example is that the business will have to adopt to new kinds of models. For example, greener economic models. I mean, we cannot possibly take into account anymore massive energy footprints. We have to reduce energy footprints, carbon footprints. We have to think of energy efficiency. We have to bring in more frugality in terms of what kind of material we consume, how we reuse, and how we upgrade our businesses. And that's not unusual, because that has to transform in a way that the companies are able to radically boost productivity. It's a kind of a problem. We have the social responsibility. Our customers expect to be socially responsible. Our employees expect to be socially responsible. And then we have to radically boost productivity at the same time. We are all working away from home. We are working from different locations. We need to collaborate. We need to work together. And that means that the current innovation or the way of working may not be sufficient. The models that we use or have been using for the past several years may not be good enough. And what do we do there? So we look at 3 areas, and then we go deep into one. One of the key areas is the new consumer activism. And the consumer activism is a way of life now. Brands which has a clear social impact resonates more with the consumers. I mean, if you look at how the stock market has behaved for companies which has positively impacted the fight against coronavirus, have shown the way forward that brands which are more socially aware will definitely resonate more with their consumers. So that is something each company will have to keep that in mind. The second big aspect is the new economies. I mean, why we call it new economies is because what if you look carefully at what will going to change in the next couple of years, it will change the way we travel. I mean, it wouldn't be the same anymore. We know that. It will also change the way we heal ourselves, where how we treat ourselves, what's the different models of treatment, the different way we move goods from one place to another. Are we going to use the same logistics model which we have been using for years now, or are we going to change? So all these aspects will have to go through a transformation. Also, the way we communicate with each other, that will also change. So if you look carefully, we have to look at productivity and innovation models in terms of how we travel, in terms of how we keep ourselves safe, in terms of how we move goods, and how we communicate with each other. Now, that's again not a simple area to solve, and I'll tell you why. It is because the current way of innovation doesn't really have a connection between research and innovation. Research is done in many cases in isolation, which is great because fundamental research is the backbone of any society. But at the same time, applied research, which can bring in innovation, has significantly fallen back because of the lack of focus on doing research for societal reasons. And that has to change. The model of how research and innovation can come together is extremely critical, because new factors will have to be taken into account. How we actually do, for example, a simple example of how we manage the value chain across the industry, how we look at the product being being invented or innovated and how it goes to the market and how we connect all of these things together. And that would mean that we'll have to think of new builder models. New builder models is nothing unusual. It is all about planning our solution in such a way or planning our innovation in such a way that it impacts directly our growth. And when I say growth, I mean, is growing enough for the companies? Or is it the process that through which we grow, is that mature enough? Or is that something that requires a transformation? And well, our hypothesis is that yes, it will need a transformation. And the first element of the growth is the customer themselves. And the customer's expectation for the product and service experiences will be very, very different going forward. The companies must continuously level set on the customer's new realities. And we call this the customer journey. The journey of a customer from a requirement to being a satisfied customer will change because every part of the workflow where we interact with the customers will be different. I mean, we may not be engaging with the customers closely enough in terms of physical closeness. So we will have to revisit the way labs are handled, how facilities are handled, how we actually have our office locations, how we actually go and integrate stuff in customer locations. Those have to change. And that means the way we innovate also have to change. The way we collaborate, the way we use what kind of tools we use, how we actually address the customer needs will have to change significantly in going forward. Same about supply chain. I mean, many companies will have to reevaluate their global supply chains. I mean, whether it's for geopolitical reasons or whether it is for the coronavirus reasons, it has to be handled differently. The people will have to work together virtually and more autonomously. They must monitor employee health. There will be different and continuously evolving parameters. They would require different kinds of testing mechanisms. The digital interactions of physical relationships will replace physical relationships. And for example, remote field support will be the new normal. So the way we do supply chain and operations deserves an innovation on their own. And that's been our focus in many ways in the last couple of months. And that leads to perhaps the most important chunk of any innovative model. What do we do in terms of product development and service innovation? The product development we need to step up the way we restart and optimize projects. We have to virtually validate processes. We have to virtually manage our assets. We have to democratize in many ways, and perhaps one of the way of doing that is going for cloud native automation, doing more simulations in engineering and R&D. Mitigate the lack of on-site resources. I mean, that's a fact of life. I mean, those have to be handled. What about digital twins? Can we create digital twins of large-scale infrastructure, which can then be innovated on? Collaborative research platforms, working more closely with universities, using open source. So these are some of the key elements that has to become part of our innovation process. And we in Altran, and particularly in India as well, we are actively trying to leverage these ideas as part of our innovation model. And finally, if we look at the last part of all of this is great, as long as we are able to provide a sustainable and planet-centric innovation. Sustainable not just as a buzzword, but about when you do an R&D for an aerospace, or an R&D for healthcare, or for smart cities, or for urban mobility, or for green flights, we have to ensure that our technologies are sustainable. What you invest in today, what you innovate today, has to remain important for maybe the next couple of years or even more. So it's the way we innovate, the technologies we leverage, the ideas we bring in onto the table have to be handled in such a way that it is sustainable for a couple of years. Now, quickly, maybe in the last part of this presentation, I'll quickly go through some of the new builder models that we have been trying out in Altran. And one of the key ones that we are trying out is what we call a system of systems. Now, the system of systems is a very critical element for us. And what does this actually mean? in a world today, we are suddenly seeing multiple technologies which had independently been developed. So artificial intelligence never thought of connectivity. 5G was built never keeping AI in mind. IoT was built for a completely different reason. Embedded systems have been there for decades. Cloud and edge computing was actually supposed to transform IT. But we are suddenly seeing that applications are not just about delivering one solution of one problem, but they are leveraging all of these technologies together. If you take the case of a smart city, it is, and take an example of a roadside unit, which could be a wireless connected box, which would be able to track different traffic movements across a very busy street, say in Bangalore. And if we have to implement that, then what kind of technologies we need? We need 5G or 4G for connectivity. We will need an edge computing or a cloud computing to ensure that these applications are well distributed. We would need embedded systems, perhaps, to ensure that the connectivity between the different roadside units are enabled. Artificial intelligence has to be run on those roadside units, so you need innovation in silicon. So all of these different technologies will have to come together if we have to handle innovation in the new era. And that's a very significant change that we are seeing in today's world. The other part is about augmenting the problem solver. And if I'm solving a problem, I don't know everything that goes into solving a problem. And I'm not supposed to. I could be an expert in one area, and there could be other experts. How do we augment each other? How do we ensure that there is a software which is able to assist a problem solver, maybe remotely? Augmented reality, for example, has been a very easy and accessible technology to help people working remotely through trainings, through even assistance, remote assistance. There has been generative design technologies, and Airbus has been able to reduce a component's weight by 45%, where the software can virtually predict material properties, properties like static and fatigue strength of material data. And this was possible because that the problem solution had to be done differently. It had to be augmented through other technologies. An effective use of such digital augmenters would be very, very important going forward. Collaboration between different classes of experts, collaboration between different locations, collaboration between different technology experts would be absolutely required as part of the new model. And that's something in Altran we are actively implementing. A couple of quick points which are mostly understood today is that the fact that we have to inbuild security and safety as part of any design process. It is not an afterthought anymore. The design model, the innovation model will have to ensure that security and safety as well as scalability is part of the design of any kind of industrial model or industrial innovation. And lastly, about the cyber-physical design, particularly with respect to cyber-physical systems that can provide deep process control and automation, whether it's in robotic surgery, brain-machine interfaces, augmented reality, which involves coupling of different physical and logical, biological modalities, is absolutely necessary, is part of this new builder model. Now, if we go into some examples of how we have implemented that particular model in real life. And the first example is a mobile robot. It's a project that we are currently working on, where we can actually have a commercially guided vehicle, which could have thermographic cameras. It could have different disinfection capabilities. It could have optical cameras which could detect many things. It could detect, for example, in a shopping mall or in an airport or in a railway station, so that people are not wearing masks or there is enough social distancing across people. This is a project that we have started building. This uses different technologies like wireless connectivity, manufacturing, computer vision, and artificial intelligence to actually drive this kind of a commercial auto-guided vehicle through mobile robotics. The other example is what we call as Are You Well? It's an application that was co-created by many people in Altran, including a team in India, which was designed to be a comprehensive medical assistance system. And this was a mobile app that individuals could evaluate their symptoms, and it was developed using IBM Watson Assistant. This solution could leverage a global dashboard which can assign high, medium, low-level risks thresholds for different healthcare providers. We also have developed a comprehensive COVID Clear platform that enables collection of systems and data and can predict deterioration of a patient's condition. This is very, very critical for people who are in home quarantine. When does a home quarantine patient start deteriorating? We do not know, and it's hard to predict. And if there is a way to collect symptoms and data from the patient itself, and we are able to predict a possibility or can do de-risk the need to go to a hospital, would be a life-changing solution for the healthcare segment. And this is one of the elements that we are working on. This includes perhaps a model where we can enable remote clinical trials for certain treatments. So a doctor can try a treatment, and remote clinical trials could be done through this kind of a COVID care platform. The other example is what we call as a connected mask. This is a solution that Altran has been developing. It's a connected mask which uses automotive technologies, believe it or not. So it uses materials that is used in automotive segments. It uses several technologies from autonomous cars, like camera and camera-based tracking and surveillance, ultrasound speakers, connectivity to face masks, skin-friendly material. So this can actually, when this is completed, this is a connected mask which can handle applications for social distancing, communication, and risk area detection, and perhaps even improve the voice. When you're talking behind a mask, we all face that. Our voice is muffled. So the connected mask can also try to fix the voice quality when a person is talking through over a mask. So that's one of the very interesting projects that we are currently doing in Altran. The last one is a project that we had started some time back. It's about a 5G mobile clinic. It was built to demonstrate the connectivity of an ambulance and facilitate remote healthcare by connecting the ambulances over a 5G network. This was done in Italy, and what it was actually trying to demonstrate is a great example of how through 5G, healthcare and computer vision can come together to solve a specific challenge. In this case, a remote healthcare worker can actually attend to a patient, and a doctor, a specialist, can be connected over a 5G network and can provide immediate support to the remote healthcare worker. This way, we can connect nearly every ambulances across different cities. We can change the way the first responder healthcare system works today, particularly in this pandemic world. And this is an example that we have actively deployed and demonstrated developed by Altran. Right. So that's about what I had to talk about today. The whole point about an innovation model is a transformation of bringing out the right balance of research and innovation. Fundamental research is key for any industry to move on or keep themselves relevant in this modern era. The fact that COVID pandemic hit us means that we have to look at the problems differently today. We have to look at ideas that have been germinated in other industries, and we have to actively find ways to bring it to different other industries. It's a journey eventually, the journey of inventing something, innovating on an existing innovation, on an existing invention, and then applying it to a customer problem is perhaps the key problem to solve today. Viability of any solution depends on how we look at a problem. And the way we look at a problem can be vastly different based on where we are and which industry we are looking at. But that doesn't mean that we cannot take help from each other and collaborate to go through this journey. That's what I had to talk about today. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
The first question is, what is the projection for IT and ITES industries on the EBITDA due to pandemic?
Well, we don't exactly have the numbers, and in fact, I don't have the numbers, frankly. But the fact that the IT, ITES will have a definite impact because of the fact that the growth rate of industries have slowed down. That means the average spending on IT infrastructure have significantly gone down or will go down. Now, in case of Altran, we are an industrial and engineering and R&D services, so we do have a lot of other industries to look at. But the backbone of any industry is an IT infrastructure, so that definitely will have an impact. Having said that, we have seen the communication technologies have in fact grown during the pandemic, particularly with the fact that people are working from home. The communication backbones require a significant change and a significant transformation to handle increased traffic. And in many cases, the communication technologies actually drive a lot of the IT infrastructure needs. So I do not see the IT infrastructure, IT-enabled services to go down anytime soon. It may be not growing at the rate we are used to, but it will definitely not be a spoiler for the business.
Understood. Thanks, Shamik. And one more question, and we'll wind up with this one. What are the most common mistakes company make while choosing a technology?
While choosing a technology,
yeah.
Right. I mean, at times we go on hypes, right? And because there is a certain thing which is very cool and exciting, we try and adopt that, which isn't a bad idea, by the way, because technologies has to be tried early. The perhaps one of the biggest problem with an innovation model is the lack of a business validation of an innovative idea. There are brilliant ideas, believe it or not. There are ideas that can really blow your mind away, but those ideas may not be practical. Practical in the sense, from a business perspective, it may not be able to give the return of investments. So the selection of technology has to be driven on two factors. The first factor is that does it have a business case? The second case is that is it too early? In many cases, and we fail 50% of the time, we invested in a technology which was too early for the market. And it has happened several times. And a mature innovation organization is perhaps able to understand what is needed at that point of time, whether it's the right time to invest in a technology, or is it not the right time. And in many cases, we have also realized that we have started investing in a technology when it's past the prime. So the biggest challenge, in my opinion, is to find the right time, and that's the mistake most companies do. The other area that most companies think is that innovation is a sort of a discretionary spend for many companies. They feel it's a good to have thing and it looks nice. A company should have an innovation team, but innovation should be the vanguard for any business. The innovation teams are supposed to go out and try a new technology way before it becomes mainstream. And if you don't do that, then we will not keep our company relevant in the technology space. So investing small, investing in the right technology and doing it early enough to see whether it can fail or whether it will succeed is critical. And at the same time, it needs to be done and it needs to be scaled at the right time, as my previous point. So these are the two most common mistakes companies do while selecting a technology for innovation.
Sure. Thank you, Shamik, for answering the questions and also sharing your insights. It was great having you here. And
thank you very much. Thank you. And it's a pleasure.
This brings us to a line of fantastic sessions. As we wind up for today, we would like to share some thoughts in closing for you to take away. I would like to welcome project lead Zinnov to deliver the thank you note.
Thank you, Gautam. Sorry about that. So if you thought innovation was all about serendipity and lucky guesses, we hope you're now equipped with a framework to design for innovation in your respective organization. And we at Zinnov would be happy to help you with that. Innovation 1.0 was all about building competitive moats using intellectual property. Innovation 2.0 was all about bringing new inputs from outside the organization. And Innovation 3.0, our subject for the last 3 hours, is all about embedding innovation into an organization's DNA. We've had great sessions today that have spelled this out very, very clearly. Innovation isn't merely about inventing something new and radically different anymore. It is a shift in the collective mindset of the organization to fundamentally be flexible given the speed of transformation, as Dhaval from Bristlecone and Shamik from Altran have pointed out. Shamik has also helped to link traditional functions, the research and development and product development with innovation, which has been a great insight. So starting from the introductory keynote to all the other sessions today, if there's one thought that you had to take away, it would be this: that it takes a village to innovate. If innovation must succeed, it cannot be a thought exercise restricted to one department or a few employees. It has to pervade the entire organization, starting from the culture and the strategy, flowing down to the leadership, all the way down to the employees in the field, as Dilip from the healthcare pointed out. There are, of course, other factors as well that make innovation successful, like Prabha from Society General showed us. There must be long-term vision and commitment, and control and accountability must complement each other. Along the way, we've also helped to bust a few myths. A common myth when it comes to innovation is that it only works in some formats and organizations of a certain maturity. We've had examples that prove that innovation can be possible in all forms of organizations. We've had global COEs, we've had established unicorns, Indian MNCs, newly minted unicorns, and we've shown that it doesn't really depend on the age of the organization to collaborate with other startups or smaller entities or newer entities. We've also looked at geography. There's been a traditional myth around how offshore entities work with innovate in a distributed kind of setting. The pandemic has forced us to kind of work remotely, and this also helped us shift mindsets. Now that we don't have the restrictions around travel anymore, we've been able to bridge barriers. We've been able to get people from other countries to kind of weigh in on programs happening in India anymore now, right? And this brought us to the other point that fundamentally, now that everybody is working from home, professional and personal lives are bound to start intersecting, and it takes empathy to kind of navigate that, as Girish from Scientific Games has explained that. We've looked at different industries. We've had digital, we've had healthcare, we've had e-commerce, we've had communication, BFSI, fintech, gaming, you name it, and we've got it. We've also looked at social development. Dr. Jagdish has shown us frugal innovation and how making healthcare affordable is important. We've learned the horrors of a low doctor-to-patient ratio the hard way in the last quarter. So summing up from all of that, a big thank you to all our partners at this point: Altran, Broadridge, Dell, Draup, IBM, Cisco, Fiserv, Scientific Games, Bristlecone, Mphasis, Mahindra, and NetApp. We have more such sessions coming up tomorrow. We start off with taking a relook at Asia and the new global context and really selling the idea and the brand of Asia. In the afternoon session, we look at where technology is going. Do tune in at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the morning session and at 4:30 p.m. for the afternoon session. Thank you. Back to you, Gautam.
Once again, thank you everyone for joining us. This is Gautam signing off for today.
Mukesh and Amit, we have a dry run tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning. Sorry? Can we have a dry run, MC dry run at 6 o'clock?
Chetra, the studio will not be up till about 7 because of the content uploading.
Okay.
If we get the content at 8:30, 7 o'clock is when it looks a little realistic. Today also scheduled for 7, but we couldn't put it up till 7:20.
Okay.